the big question that we have is that I don't think it's if there's a conflict or not, but are you relevant to the space? So are we really relevant in this retail scene, or in the whole, the economy is becoming so digital. If you are not thinking about it, if you're not acting to do something about it, I think there is a risk of your business, being probably at huge danger.
And I know we're going to have a U.S. election focus. Give me a United Kingdom focus. How much of Britain is locked down right now?
Quite a lot of Britain, actually. We've got Scotland in not quite the lockdown measures we saw in the spring, but not far off. We've got Wales entirely locked down in a short, what is supposed to be a short 2-3 week circuit breaker lockdown. Northern Ireland also has very extreme measures. London less so. Parts of the north of England, the northwest, the northeast. So the list is growing longer, is the point, I suppose, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to be interesting. To say the least, folks, a lockdown in America is not a lockdown, but it is very regional, as mentioned in the debate last night. The upper Middle West really hit hard right now. In New York City, with our news, here's Ritika Gupta.
Morning, Tom. And President Trump and Joe Biden covered a wide range of issues in last night's second debate, amongst them racism, corruption, and the manner in which the president handled the coronavirus.
No choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does.
He says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it.
You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year.
Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America.
And unlike their first debate, the candidates largely complied with rules of the debate that called for them to allow each other time to speak. On Capitol Hill, Senate Republican skepticism about a new stimulus relief package appears to be spreading to the House. Speaker Nancy Pelosi has told members of the House Democratic leadership that some lawmakers don't want to come back to the Capitol for a vote if the Senate isn't ready to act. Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin are trying to finalize a deal after a months-long impasse. In Europe, governments have started to impose curfews more widely to stop a resurgence of the coronavirus. Daily virus cases are hitting records across the continent. France reported more than 40,000 new cases for the first time. The UK has signed its first major trade deal since Brexit. The agreement with Japan largely preserves the terms under which the UK traded with Tokyo as part of the European Union. Meanwhile, there are signs of progress in trade talks between the UK and the EU. Global news 24 hours a day on air, and a Bloomberg Quick Take powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Anna, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. Futures up 5 down, futures up 62. The VIX really a good indicator here. A 30 level, the Yanks know we're at 27.98 in just 0.13 points. We'll see how that goes through the morning. The yield space higher, 10-year yield 0.81 up to 0.83, and we've now blown out to a 0.85, so a higher yield regime over the week. I note gold mid-range 1914 the ounce. Anna?
Yeah, and on that note, gilt yields keep trucking upwards this week. I've got here on my chart, on my data check, Tom, the move to the upside in stocks. A lot of this driven by the PMI data we've had coming out of Europe, in particular the manufacturing data out of Germany. It was better than expected and pretty strong, well over 50. That also caused a pop in the euro just a little bit. We see the euro a little stronger this morning. Barclays earnings very strong in investment banking, talking about a very strong balance sheet over at Barclays and the possibility of paying dividends. I also put Accor in there as well, a big global hotel chain, an improving trend in bookings. So a few bright spots from the European earnings season this morning.
And 12 days to the debate must do something in the air, in the behavior, in the chemistry. 10 years from now, they'll be talking about the absolutely thunderous difference between the first debate, yes, the canceled second debate, and what we witnessed last night in Nashville. Let's look at a few selected moments.
He says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it.
They said the stock market will boom if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question.
There has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia.
This president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever.
What about fracking?
All right,
Now
let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did show the tape. These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with.
Kristen, they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not.
They built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
We're going to have to run that again. That's a great, great summary of the many themes that we saw last night, and a little bit of the controlled emotion that we saw as well. To begin our punditry on a drive forward 11 days, Amy Pope joins us out of Duke Law. She's with Chatham House and, of course, her public service to the nation, clerking the Ninth Court, and also, of course, working for President Obama's administration a few years back. Amy, what is so fascinating about this is within the middle, in the margin, there is a debate of your former boss, Vice President Biden, being like Obama. How distinct or how different would a President Biden be from what we observed in Obama Biden?
In some ways, he's going to continue a lot of the Obama policies, and in some ways, he's just going to continue some of what we expect of most presidents, including relationships with NATO, building up alliances, playing a leadership role on the global stage. That's not unique to Obama. That is a quintessentially American president point of view, and the real departure is with this particular president. But in other ways, I think he has new ideas on a range of issues, including on immigration, on engaging in the Gulf, for example. And I think he's really looking for ways to distinguish himself, but most importantly, reassure Americans that he has the experience and he's a safe pair of hands.
There was a great partition last night over the president looking for success and Vice President Biden looking for hope over fear. The emotion last night, the resonance of what these two guys want for 4 more years. Who had a clearer message?
Well, look, I'll have to admit I'm a bit biased here, but I felt like Vice President Biden put out far more policy proposals in terms of a wide range of issues. We didn't hear so much policy from President Trump. We heard a lot of attacks from President Trump. We heard a lot of shifting of blame. We didn't hear about what he would do, and we didn't hear about why he hasn't yet accomplished what he'd hoped to do. So obviously the wall, he said he'd have a wall built. There's no new wall. An infrastructure plan, there's no new infrastructure plan. There are issues like the current relief bill regarding the impact of COVID, that still hasn't passed. So there are a wide range of issues that he hasn't accomplished, but he didn't want to address those. He really wanted to shift the blame.
Good morning to you, Amy. Interesting to see Biden talking about energy transition, and I wonder how ready America is for that conversation. Is America more ready than President Trump might think?
I think they are. Well, first of all, there are a number of jobs to be had in the energy transition. 2, I think there's a clear case that the United States, with energy independence, is able to make decisions that are far more in its strategic interests or economic interests than when it's not. I found puzzling this whole conversation about houses with tiny windows. I'm not sure where that was coming from. But I think there is an agreement within the United States in general that we need to move forward, that we're now in the 21st century and we need to embrace 21st century ways of bringing energy to Americans.
In terms of the foreign policy that we've seen from President Trump, Amy, what do you think people will look back on and see as either successes or real turning points for American foreign policy? I'm thinking of the Middle East, and I'm also thinking of China, how much continuity we see between Trump and Biden, if indeed we end up with a Biden presidency.
I think on China, actually, there's less difference than what people might imagine. The United States, with Obama, with Trump, and I expect with the President Biden, has expressed concern about Chinese policy in general, its practices, particularly with regard to trade. And I think the real difference is around the rhetoric rather than the actual policy. But there are meaningful differences when it comes to, for example, our relationships with our European allies. This president, President Trump, has really backed away from traditional relationships, building coalitions to bring about change. The COVID is a perfect example. The United States is not leading a response on that. It's basically going it alone. And then in places like the Middle East, what we're really seeing with President Trump is a departure from traditional emphasis on issues like human rights and diplomacy, much more transactional.
Yeah, well, I want you to talk, Amy, here, and again, you're biased clearly towards Obama administration and the Democratic Party effort. I want you to talk about the ability to move to the middle. There is a conservative electorate out there that's clearly been identified uncomfortable with President Trump, but they're equally uncomfortable with more modern liberal democratic themes. Is this a Joe Biden that can run to the middle, a la his first day in the Senate, 1973, or is he beholden to a more modern Democratic Party? How would that play out?
The interesting thing about Joe Biden is that despite the way he's being painted by the Republicans, is that he tends to be very middle of the road and probably more conservative for many of those on the left. The discussion last night about the crime bill is a great example of that. President Trump was attacking him for being too hard on crime, which is a really interesting position when you think at the same time he's saying, well, he has no respect for law and order. So I actually see Vice President Biden as being far more centrist, even than what many, many progressives would like. But I think that's why he appeals to the American people at this moment in time.
Amy, thanks for the treatment from London. Greatly appreciated. Amy Post with Chatham House this morning here. Of course, we'll do a lot more on this here into the Sunday talk shows and then on forward. Talk about the Sunday talk shows. How about the Friday talk show? John Farrell will tackle Lawrence Kudlow in the 9 a.m. hour here on The Economy. Kudlow, you know he has to talk about those better than good claims data yesterday. No doubt Lawrence Kudlow talking up a president wanting to do better for America. Look for that in the 9 o'clock hour. Futures up 5. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Anna Edwards in London with Tom Keane in New York. Francine Lacroix is off today. We got some numbers out of Germany this morning that were very strong in terms of the PMI numbers coming through on the German economy. The German manufacturing PMI for October, 58. Above 50 means expansion, of course. Let's talk about how meaningful this type of data can be right now. Sonia Loud, CIO at Legal & General Investment Management, joins us. Sonia, good morning to you. So we had this positive data out of Germany. It caused a spike up in European stocks and a little bit of a spike, or at least a turnaround in the euro. How much credence do you give to this kind of data at the moment? Some people suggest that it catches timing very well, but it doesn't tell you the extent of rebounds or contractions. What are you seeing in the data?
Good morning. Yes, no, absolutely. I would always put those manufacturing data points in context, and in particular 2020, as we know, with the very unusual situation of social distancing and the impact this had on services in particular. I think it's you have to look at it overall in the economic context. It's definitely great to see the rebound. And by the way, it's not only been Germany, although Germany has been the strongest numbers, but we've seen a very similar picture across some of the other European numbers coming out this morning. Services weak, manufacturing stronger. And I think this is a clear attempt to keep, obviously, factories and manufacturing open, whereas obviously services, as we know, with the increase in virus spread, it's very difficult to keep going. So I would be mindful that with the increase in the virus load, it might be difficult going forward to see those numbers to stabilize here. But clearly, for the time being, a very positive sign that at least on the manufacturing side, Europe is recovering.
Yeah, what does that do to strategy over the winter, Sonia? I've been keeping a note of the countries that are still ramping up those virus-fighting measures, from Spain to Italy. The French president talking about a very grave situation. Ireland, Wales, Scotland, in Eastern Europe, Poland. The list goes on, and in Germany as well. Record infection numbers. What does that do to strategy over the winter?
It really means we have to be very realistic that the second wave is probably a lot worse than we anticipated. Now, when you look at the absolute number of new virus cases, we always have to look at it in the context that obviously the way we measure them, the way we test is much improved compared to the first wave. So the absolute numbers probably are should be placed into that context. But nevertheless, it will mean we will see a further, imposing of restrictive measures, and that inevitably means that there will be an economic impact. We have to assume as well that it will get worse, because the more activity is moving inwards, the higher the chances that you catch the virus. So I think we have to prepare that for Europe as it stands right now, the economic development will, at best stabilize. And obviously, if things get worse, we have to assume that there will be a potential negative impact on the economic trajectory.
Sonia, you have wonderful, wonderful experience out of the city in asset management. It is October, and we are racing through an industry roll-up. We have Eaton Vance in the United States taken out by Morgan Stanley. Reuters reporting that Wells Fargo Asset Management is on the block only because of scale. Are we going to end up with one big industry roll-up?
This clearly is a trend that's not been underway just since yesterday. It is clearly something that is the industry has looked at for quite some time. And as you know, even last year we had a number of mergers in the industry. And it is a realization that with the increasing cost pressure, the transparency, the way client demands have changed, it requires an industry reply where scale matters dramatically. Now, scale is not everything, but clearly it will help to deal with the cost pressures, the real push towards, obviously, data analytics to be integrated. So there's a real, obviously, spend requirement for the industry to meet those demands. And I think we have to be realistic as well. It's not that the industry has changed dramatically over the past 50 years or so. So there's a real kind of catch-up and realization with the changing environment. I would add the regulatory pressure to the mix, and hence I wouldn't expect that this is the end, but we're probably just at the beginning of a changing landscape for the asset management industry.
To your work at Fidelity International, at Barings, and of course now at Legal & General, how important will equity product innovation be? To me, that's the only way to get an edge in this competition.
Yeah, and I think here the ESG considerations play a real role, because if you think about the way, and I've kind of summarized it in this changing client demands, and it's clear that not only clients have shifted towards a real demand for, dear asset manager, how are you integrating ESG-related factors in your investment decision, and how are you, producing propositions that will allow me as the asset owner to capture, obviously, not only regulatory demand, but making sure that my assets are working not only in my favor, but in favor of society and a much larger range of stakeholders. And here, the active analysis and the understanding of a company will, change, and is moving in a way that I believe, in particular from an equities point of view, you need a great research base, you need active managers to make sure that you understand the required change. Because if you think about climate change in particular and what is required of companies today, we would like to be a trusted partner that can help with that journey and can help implement that change.
Great to see you, Sonia. Stay with us. Really interesting to have these very fluent conversations these days with many asset managers around ESG and climate change. Sonia Loud of Legal and General Investment Management stays with us on the programme. Coming up on The Open, Mohamed Al-Erian, Bloomberg opinion columnist, joins the team. That's 9:30 a.m. New York time, 2:30.
Ya perdí la esperanza contigo, tú no vas a cambiar. Yo sé que tú jugaste conmigo porque te gusta hacer mal. Pero allá arriba hay un Dios y tú tendrás tu final. Yo no quisiera estar en tu lugar. Tú vas a seguir rompiendo corazones por ahí. Tú vas a seguir maltratándome ya.
It's such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
This has so entangled itself into our social fabric and into our social status pipelines and into the development of children that even if you opt out, that's not enough.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad, that we are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical
come va la vita. Non si sa.
In data center sales. Plus, it says that sales to cloud computing providers will slow down in the current quarter. Another strong quarter for the traders at Barclays. The bank's securities division reported a 23% jump in currency rates and credit trading income in the third quarter. That helped Barclays beat earnings estimates. The bank also took a smaller impairment charge than expected. And Bloomberg's Emily Chang sat down with the Silicon Valley veterans profiled in Netflix's hit movie, The Social Dilemma. They discussed the impact of social media on society. Emily asked one of them about the creators of those sites.
There's a lot of negligence. Each company is different and the personalities that are involved are different. I think that even if they were as enlightened as they possibly could be, when they speak, they sound like hostages trapped in a hostage video, where nothing that a hostage is saying makes any sense until you see the person off stage holding a gun to their head, which is their business model.
And you can watch that complete interview tonight on Bloomberg Studio 1.0. That's at 7 p.m. New York time on Bloomberg TV. And that's your latest Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna, Tom.
All right, Ritika, thanks so much. On a Friday, not a jobs day Friday, just a Friday, and that means sort of a quieter tape. It's almost a relief to see it right now. Futures up 10, the VIX 27.86. I would note the yield space is a changed space from a week ago, or even from Monday, 0.86% on the 10-year yield. Afshani Beshlos of Rock Creek in the 7 o'clock hour. This is Bloomberg.
De esta manera me gustaría decirle a los empleadores que fueran más humanitarios con sus trabajadores, que les hagan valer sus derechos.
Y estábamos viviendo en dos casas, en unas 50 personas y en la otra otras 50. En cada casa había 5 habitaciones. En cada habitación había de 3 a 4 camas abarrotadas. Vivíamos de 6 a 7 personas. Un baño para cada habitación y una cocina para todas.
Una vez que nos atendieron en el hospital, al salir nos avisó una compañera que ya nos habían reportado a migración.
Gracias a Dios ahorita de salud yo estoy muy bien, pero en lo moral no estoy muy bien, porque a causa de esa enfermedad yo perdí todo, perdí mi trabajo.
Yo creo que mi caso resulta un gran problema de cómo las personas migrantes estamos en riesgo de explotación por parte de los empleadores.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
we definitely, as a house, we think that negative rates will be implemented in 2021 in the UK.
It's going to be driven by whether or not the UK manages to deliver decent growth over the next year. And if it doesn't, they're going to move further down the path of unconventional policy. They're preparing sort of conceptually and operationally for negative rates. I think they've made up their mind that this is viable.
We're ready to manage negative interest rates. We would rather not charge our clients those negative interest rates, but we also have to manage the financial integrity of the bank. I think it is important that the central banks keep in their wallet the ability to use negative interest rates, but I personally believe here in the UK it's not likely.
Mr. Staley, surviving a brutal interview with Anna Edwards there earlier this morning, talking the commercial banking line. Sonia Loud has a different headache at legal in general as their investment manager running all of the shops. Sonia, what is so different there is Jeff Staley has to talk the company line. I get it. Sonia, you've got to live with this, and you particularly have to live with this with money market funds. How do you do negative rates in the Anglo-American world with a preponderance towards money market funds?
Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, I think in general, it's interesting if you hear about all those kind of statements. You know, will they, won't they? First and foremost, I would say that obviously Europe is living with negative interest rates for quite some time now. It does have implications, but it will definitely. We shouldn't overestimate that in the UK. No, underestimate that the UK can deal with this as well. But you're absolutely pointing to the most important area around money market funds and how those would deal with negative rates. And it starts, you know, with issues from the accounting principles and whether, you know, your administrator can actually handle it and that the fund accounting is properly, all the way then obviously for the client implication, the fee rates and the like. So I'm pretty sure there's working groups everywhere across the UK, asset managers looking at those funds in particular and what the implications would be.
So we're not, okay, fine, we're not going to break the buck. I get it. Great, we're not going to break the buck. There's a cost to that. Who's going to support or pay the delta if we say we're not going to break the buck?
That will have to be defined on an industry level. My understanding is that this has not been discussed. We are looking first and foremost on the feasibility, really from a day-to-day perspective and an admin perspective, and that there will have to be a discussion on exactly what you just said. How do you make it work then in the real world, and who will pick up the difference? But I would
do we have to start I was wondering if we have to start paying for regular banking services, Sonia, in the UK, if we get negative interest rates.
I mean, as we know, in other countries that have to deal with negative rates, that so far has been absorbed. So there's very few examples where banks really have then charged to customers. Big difference, obviously, between retail customers and corporate customers. So that obviously we have to put forward. But, you know, again, there will be a negative implication clearly for the banking sector. And we have seen this play out across Europe. But the way this is then affecting retail clients or corporate clients, I think, will have to be decided when and how it happens.
I talked to Jeff Staley also about the headwinds facing the UK economy, Sonia, as we head into next year, something Barclays very attuned to, of course. What is your expectation for how the UK economy does, given the support that we've seen from the government, but the areas where support maybe won't matter?
Yeah, I think a couple of points to that question. I think first and foremost, we have to accept that a lot of the measures currently are focused on bridging liquidity gaps. So they have been very much focused on immediate needs rather than long-term structural investment. And I think what we would want to see is hence obviously the change towards how our fiscal stimulus measures being deployed, because it's very clear that the experience so far here in the UK has been very bad, not only from a virus point of view, but it's been very bad from an economic point of view as well. Right now, the bounce back has been moderate but comparable to what we've seen elsewhere. And now the big question mark, obviously, is similar to what we've discussed around Europe. Can the UK manage the second wave? How bad will the lockdown measures be? And depending on the severity of the lockdown measures, what is the economic impact? And in that context, then, obviously, if you think longer term, It is about the creation of productive assets, so coming back to the stimulus efforts of the UK government. And we don't really have a lot of clarity yet on where and how these measures will be deployed, and hence to get a good trajectory. And this is even before we've then thought about Brexit and the potential implication of the separation from the EU.
Sonia, thank you so much. A wonderful conversation, particularly there on the asset management industry into 2021. Sonia Loud, Legal and General Investment Management CIO. Right now in New York City on this Friday, our First Word News. Here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. It was one of the last potential turning points of the 2020 election. President Trump and Joe Biden squared off for 90 minutes in their second debate last night. They battled over the coronavirus, the economy, and the stimulus package that's now stalled in Congress.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get it.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd.
This HEROES Act has been sitting there, and look at what's happening.
Unlike their first debate, the candidates largely complied with rules of the debate that called for them to allow each other time to speak. For the first time, the FDA has given formal approval to a drug for fighting the coronavirus. Gilead's antiviral therapy remdesivir had already been prescribed under emergency use authorization. It was given to President Trump when he was diagnosed with the virus. Chicago is hoping a business curfew will help stop the rapid rise in coronavirus cases and hospitalizations. It starts today and will last at least 2 weeks. A curfew will be in place from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. for all non-essential businesses. Bars without a license to sell food will no longer be able to serve customers indoors. Over the last week, the number of cases in Chicago have risen 54%. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Anna.
Thanks very much, Ritika. We're getting some new news lines coming through from the Irish government on Brexit. We will get to that conversation very shortly. Coming up next, Michael McGrath, Irish Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform. We'll talk to him about Brexit and about the fight against coronavirus. This is Bloomberg.
Particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Anna Edwards in London with Tom Keane in New York. Francine Lacroix is off today. Now, Barclays has posted strong trading revenues as the bank's traders thrive on pandemic-driven volatility. That helped offset headwinds in the consumer business. Shares surging this morning. I spoke with the CEO, Jez Staley, earlier on today about the risks in the UK market.
The challenge for all the banks, but particularly here in the UK, is a zero or close to zero interest rate environment is tough for a bank that relies on a large balance sheet assets and liabilities. A lot of our banking services in the UK are for free. Getting money out of your ATM machine, your checking account, etc. We, as a gesture to make sure we're helping our customers in this time of need, in the first 6 months, or the first half, or the last 6 months of this year, we have waived over £100 million of overdraft charges and banking fees. So we're being, conservative in terms of trying to make sure that our customers don't get into financial distress given what's going on in the market. On the other side of that actually is the mortgage market, which is surprisingly robust. Our market share has grown a lot in the third quarter. Interest lending and mortgages has gone up. You see it in our net interest margins. So actually one of the real encouraging signs in the UK is how robust its mortgage market is. And we want to make sure that we extend credit to customers who want to refinance their home or buy a new home. So the mortgage market is actually one of the surprising markets, I think, of the third quarter.
Jez, you've talked about negative interest rates this morning. You've said that the bank is ready. I heard you reference there that the free nature of a lot of banking products in the UK. Are you thinking about passing on any of the costs of negative interest rates, should they come to pass, to customers?
There are negative interest rates in certain markets in Europe, and there indeed, with some large corporate clients, we've passed on those negative interest rates in the deposit pool for large corporates in certain markets in Europe. We are prepared operationally for the bank to run with negative interest rates. There are some negative parts of negative interest rates. Consumers will go to cash. I don't think that's necessarily a good outcome, but we're ready to manage negative interest rates. We would rather not charge our clients those negative interest rates, but we also have to manage the financial integrity of the bank. I think it is important that the central banks keep in their wallet the ability to use negative interest rates, but I personally believe here in the UK it's not likely.
You've talked about how you're going to give guidance around the dividend at the full year 2020 mark. So we'll look ahead for that then, Jez. Are you having conversations with regulators? Are things moving on that front?
Yeah, as the Bank of England has said, we will have discussions with the PRA in the fourth quarter of this year. As I mentioned, this is the strongest the bank's balance sheet has been. Our CET1 ratio, our capital risk-weighted assets, is now 14.6%. It's never been at that level. We're very liquid. So we'll have the conversations with the Bank of England in the latter part of this year. And then, we will address our policy around returning capital to shareholders at our year-end results coming up shortly at the beginning of 2021.
That was the CEO of Barclays, Jez Staley, of course, speaking to me a little earlier on today. Some headlines crossing the terminal in the last few minutes. The Irish Foreign Minister, Simon Coveney, is speaking to Irish media and talking about Brexit, saying that Brexit talks are back on track and trust with the UK has improved in recent days. But the two sides are still, in the words of Simon Coveney, miles apart on fish. Let's continue this conversation then with Michael McGrath, Ireland Minister for Public Expenditure and Reform. So we heard there from Simon Coveney. Welcome to the programme, Minister. We heard from Simon Coveney that the two sides are miles apart, nautical miles, you might say, on fish. Is President Macron of France going to have to give some substantial ground on fish to get this deal done?
Well, first of all, I welcome the fact that the talks have now resumed, and from the Irish perspective, securing a trade deal is absolutely vital to our economic interests, and it is also in the economic interests of the United Kingdom. There is also a very important non-economic dimension to this from an Irish perspective, and that is the protection of the Good Friday Agreement and peace on our island. And so we already have a withdrawal agreement. We have a Northern Ireland protocol as part of that agreement, and it is so important for our country that that protocol is fully honoured in any final agreement. But we do all want to avoid a no trade deal scenario on the 1st of January. That would have a hugely disruptive impact on the UK economy, on the Irish economy, and to varying degrees in the economy of different European countries as well. So there will need to be movement to get a deal over the line, but I think the outlook is looking a little brighter than it was a few weeks ago, and I welcome that. And I think with goodwill on all sides, a deal can be done, and it is absolutely, definitively in everybody's interests that a deal would be done.
Minister, goodwill on all sides. What about the American influence here? If we do see a President Biden from early November, do you think that that will make it easier to push for some sort of deal? Will he make a big difference?
Well, from our point of view here in Ireland, we have been really heartened by the support that we have received in Washington in relation to the protection of the Good Friday Agreement and the imperative to uphold the Northern Ireland Protocol, because while the economics are important, and they undoubtedly are, because many jobs are on the line, we cannot return to any situation whereby there would be a hard border on the island of Ireland. And so it is absolutely fundamental from our point of view that the Northern Ireland Protocol is protected, and there have been many statements of support from both sides actually in Washington that the prospect of a trade deal between the US and the UK is not going to materialise if the UK breaches what is an internationally binding agreement that was entered into in the context of the withdrawal agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol. So from our perspective, irrespective of who's in power in Washington, that support is vital, and we believe that that support will continue.
Mr. McGrath, Tom Keene in New York, wonderful to have you with us today.
Thanks,
Not
Tom.
that I would want to do this, but if perchance I wandered down to the Hayfield Manor Hotel in Cork and wanted to dabble in fly fishing or something, that's great. That's the image of the island. That's the image of Ireland. This fishery issue is really, really real and really, really ancient. How do you see it broken? How do you see it where we can come to a collegial agreement from the Netherlands over through Great Britain to Ireland? What's the path to getting the fish story fixed?
Well, Tom, first of all, you'd be welcome anytime to Cork and to the Hayfield Manor. I take it you've been there before, a wonderful hotel in our city. But yes, the issue of fisheries is a difficult one. There is the common fisheries policy, as you know, within the European Union. And when it comes to, fishing in the territorial waters of different nation states, it is a complex issue. It runs deep, but it is intrinsic to an overall agreement being secured. So I will leave the detail to the negotiators. So from Ireland's point of view, the negotiations are being carried out by the European Union, by Michel Barnier and his task force, and the fisheries has been an issue that has been flagged now for some time as being one of the most difficult. But if you consider all of the other issues that need to be agreed, and where it would appear a very considerable amount of progress has been achieved in securing a future trading relationship, hopefully with a trade deal on a no tariff and a no quota basis, then I genuinely believe that agreement can be reached in relation to fisheries. But I think it's best to leave the detail to those who are actually negotiating.
On the sensitivities of this moment in your nation and Northern Ireland as well, how do you move forward and keep the peace and yet keep a complete Ireland? How do you do that?
Well, that is the very issue that we have had to grapple with since the Brexit vote in the UK in 2016, and the negotiations were tortuous at times. We had outstanding support from the United States of America, as we had back when the peace process was being crafted and when the Good Friday Agreement was entered into in 1998. Without the support of the US, I think it's fair to say that that agreement would probably not have been achieved, and many lives have been saved since. But since that Brexit vote in 2016, a phenomenal amount of work has gone into crafting the withdrawal agreement, and then as part of that, the Northern Ireland Protocol. And that is now an internationally binding agreement which ensures no return to a hard border on the island of Ireland, because we know all of the issues and challenges that would arise from that. And so what we are looking for as part of the future relationship agreement with the United Kingdom is that Northern Ireland Protocol would be fully honoured, and that allows the common travel area to be fully respected and upheld. It allows for cross-border trade and trade between the island of Ireland and Great Britain as well. Of course, there will be challenges and complications, but we have put in a huge amount of work here to prepare for all Brexit scenarios, including investing in very significant infrastructure at our ports and airports. But we cannot compromise on the fundamental objective of keeping an open border between Ireland and Northern Ireland, given what's at stake. It goes far beyond the economic consequences.
And Minister, another challenge you're facing, of course, is around COVID-19 and the lockdown measures in Ireland. How confident are you that Ireland will emerge from those measures after the 6 weeks?
Well, this is a very challenging time in our country, as it is right across the world, and we're all seeing how this virus is spreading, and the problem is really serious. Our first priority is to protect public health. That is why, based on the public health advice from the experts, we have now just entered into a period of very significant restrictions for the next 6 weeks, with a view to getting the virus fully under control. In many respects, it is a preemptive strategy, because while our numbers have been rising, we have been coping very well in our health system, and the number of people in critical care, and unfortunately the number of people who have died, fortunately that number has remained very low. So it is a preemptive move by us, but we are confident that these measures will work, and that we can then move to reopening the Irish economy fully in the period ahead. We had our annual budget just last week for 2021, and we introduced a record budget in terms of scale of €88 billion of expenditure next year, with a very significant amount of direct supports for businesses. We're going to help them insofar as we possibly can to keep them alive and ensure that they get through what is a very tough period for everybody.
Minister, thank you so much. The gentleman from Cork, Mr. McGrath, joins us from Ireland today. Really interesting conversation there on the fabric of industry across the region, founded in fishing, of course, as well. This is important. There are so many distractions in this October, and one of the things we're trying to do here is keep our eye on banking, our eye on the finance and investment of this moment. I'll be honest, it's tough to do. It is 2020, a year of crisis. Shonali Bassett guarantees 2021 will be a bigger year of crisis, and joins us with an important discussion tonight and through the weekend. What's the why of this? Why are we doing this special?
Have told the small business majority that they won't make it through the next 3 months, Tom. So time is running out for a lot of small businesses across America, but money is flowing through the capital markets freely for the bigger companies.
Oh, come on. Exactly. Come on. The money is going out. Mr. Diamond's on the phone screaming every day at 300 people, move the money. And it's easy to move the money to an employer of 852 or an employer of 80,000. Right. How do you move money to the little guy?
Right. The banking system doesn't even cover the little guy. And that's the problem with some of these Fed policies.
So what's the alternative? Cut to the chase.
It'll take a long time. First of all, the stimulus is severely needed for the little guy beyond anything else. Unemployment insurance as well, unemployment benefits. Underserved communities, black communities have been served a lot less than their white counterparts. So fiscal stimulus is one answer. But structural change, maybe some, Sheila Bair had told us some constraints when it comes to the Fed's program with corporate borrowing is one of the other things that she would like to see.
How bad a week is Lloyd Blankfein having? Let's cut to the chase here. Goldman Sachs, gazillions of dollars, fines, embarrassment to the good gentleman who ran the shop for years. How bad a week has it been?
You know, it sucks to lose some of your pay with a problem that Goldman has already.
Clawback, they're going to come back and take it.
Yeah, the clawback is a big thing. We haven't seen anything of that scale before. Remember, Tom, this fine is the biggest bribery fine of any company, let alone a bank, and any U.S. company that has ever been made in U.S. history. But with that said, you see Goldman actually recovering a little bit because investors are excited about them getting these fines behind them.
They're behind them as well. And what's the best practice for Mr. Paulson forward? I mean, you know, I think the former management, obviously they've had their history, and you move forward. What's the move forward for Goldman Sachs?
Performance. And, you know, performance abroad as well as in the United States.
Are they going to retrench from Asia?
No, absolutely not. Asia is still one of the biggest areas for Goldman Sachs, for Morgan Stanley. Tom, when you look at the top 5 IPOs in the last year, most of them were not in the United States. So retrenching from Asia is not an option.
Okay, well, I get it, it's not an option, but then again, it comes down to the city as well. In all of your contacts, what's the latest on Hong Kong? Does Goldman Sachs focus on that beautiful skyscraper looking up the mountain, or do they shift to Singapore? What do they do?
They add to both.
Tokyo?
Remember, the U.S. banks are coming in from a position of strength, even with the $5 billion fine. So they want to grow absolutely in both areas. Remember, they just resolved their matters with Singapore as well in relation to 1MDB. So the hope is they can grow, but it is competitive.
Okay, look, a special this weekend. Shonali Bassick, of course, our Wall Street correspondent. 2020, it is a year of crisis, the credit disconnect. For those of you nationwide, it's like, yeah, okay, maybe. Let me tell you, in the major cities, this is the story. The partition between the haves and the have-nots. Look for that tonight at 7:30 as well. An extraordinary Friday here, off of the debate, a civil debate, well-behaved. I think Cirilli's well-behaved in Nashville. This is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
From New York and London for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Live on Bloomberg Television. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Francine Lacqua is away today. Equity futures positive 6, up 0.2%. Tom Keene, some diplomacy in Nashville, Tennessee.
Wow, was that strange, John? It looked almost British there for a moment. You know, everybody was well behaved, and, you know, there were some moments all in all, but I was really quite taken with the shock. I thought the gentlelady from NBC did great, and it was, John, almost a flashback to what we remember. But, John, is that what we really want, or are we addicted to the yelling and the screaming?
I think expectations were so low going into this one, Tom, for the president. It was like a beaten-up stock going into earnings season. It was a low bar. But it was a change of approach from the president, and the polls and the voting will speak for itself. I wonder, Tom, whether we do get a narrowing of the gap going into the last week of campaigning.
No, 11 days away, John. You know, you're going to have the polls into the Sunday talk shows as well. What will also be interesting, and we're going to talk about this in a moment, is the stimulus idea. I know you want to get the data out of the way here.
Oh, here we go.
But is stimulus, still going?
Why are we doing this?
Go on, Lisa. Is stimulus still going? The never-ending talks down on Capitol Hill.
Time goes on, and the story stays exactly the same. It looks highly unlikely that any fiscal support bill will get passed before the election. This is my shock face. Honestly, what has changed, John? This is the same story over and over again, and yet day after day, markets respond, and here we are, just 11 days till the U.S. election.
Lisa, I've got to agree with you. I'll catch up with Larry Kudlow, National Economic Council Director, a little bit later this morning, Tom. When it comes to the distance between the two sides at the moment, between Speaker Pelosi and the administration, it's the same issues. State aid, school funding, liability protection for businesses, the same issues that haven't been addressed. And that's before, Tom, you even get to the subject of Leader McConnell and where some Republicans sit on all of this.
Yeah, and we'll do that in a second here. He finally came up last night, but I thought it was good how they brought it around to the legislative branch as well. John, I want to get out front of your data check because I'm all idiosyncratic today. Turkish lira threatening 8 lira to the dollar again. I know it's an outside story, but there it is, some tension in EM.
I'll take us back to the inside story, not disregarding that one, and get you to futures just quickly. S&P 500 futures this Friday morning shaping up as follows. Lisa, don't laugh. It makes Tom feel bad.
No,
futures up 7.
He upstaged you with the Turkish lira.
1%. I know. He did a little bit. All I've got is euro dollar, 118.50, up 0.25%. Really mixed PMIs we'll touch on a little bit later this morning. And in the bond market, firm after the sell-off of the week, up about 10 basis points on the week on a 10-year, Tom, 0.8547% on a U.S. Treasury.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the data there. And, of course, John, we're all completely focused on West Ham, Manchester City tomorrow. I mean, after what West Ham did to the Tots, it's going to be interesting to see how they move forward against a lockdown Manchester City. Did I do that okay, John?
You know more about this schedule than I do.
It's not a schedule, it's fixtures. John, it took me 2 years to learn to say, what is a fixture?
I'm sorry.
A fixture.
Apparently that's the lineup of games. It's a fixture.
It's a fixture.
A fixture list.
Let's look at a fixture of this debate last night. 10 years from now, they're going to be talking about the difference between debate 1 and debate 3. President Trump and Mr. Biden in Nashville. Let's listen.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get it.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd.
This HEROES Act has been sitting there, and look at what's happening.
We make jokes about it, but seriously, that was a real civics lesson, John, last night. This is so different than the United Kingdom. The tension between the Congress, the two houses, and a president-to-be, really extraordinary. And, John, you wonder what will be the path after the election and after the inauguration.
The lame duck period, as we've talked about a million times, Tom. If they can't pass it before the election, how do they pass a fiscal deal immediately after the election, given the tension that we could see in the coming few weeks? Tom, for me, with Larry Kudlow a little bit later, I stress, I think the one question that needs to be asked, do they still believe we need a fiscal package? And if they think this recovery is on course even without one, then how do they sell that to Senate Republicans, that we have a recovery that they believe in, but hey, why not add an extra $2 trillion into the mix? Now, I'm not advocating for a specific position on this. I'm just saying that wouldn't convince me if I was a fiscal conservative.
I go back to John Edwards in that important speech. I believe it was in New Orleans years ago, speaking of two Americas. I'm sorry, John, that's what this debate is about. I just want to mention, John, the lame ducket rules in London is just really outstanding.
Okay. How much is it?
Let's move forward right now on the debate. I thought I'd get a reaction here from Mr. Farrell, but, you know, he's filling out his
I did give
fixtures.
you one. Was my mic down?
Your mic was down. I'm muting you. Good morning on Bloomberg Radio. This is great. It worked last night. I'm muting Farrell. Joining us now, unmuted from Nashville, Tennessee, with a large black coffee in his hand is Kevin Cirilli. Kevin, what was the pundit, the spin room like? What was the spin room like last night after such civility?
Well, this was an actual debate. Look, I mean, there was substance, there was policy, and this was President Trump trying to make a closing argument, Tom, to swing state voters. I've got my eye on only the battleground swing states. When they were talking about immigration, for example, it was fascinating to see Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden really make his case for Arizona. 11 electoral votes, a state that Trump carried over Clinton last cycle by 3.5 percentage points, and a state now that Biden is on the cusp of winning. I'm told by Republicans in the RNC, this is the state that keeps the Republicans up at night the most. Why? Because they don't really see a path to the White House if they lose Arizona. Meanwhile, you had the president talking about making a pitch to Cuban American Catholics in Florida during that immigration debate. They feel, Republicans, that Florida is within striking distance for them to once again win this cycle. I was struck by the exchange on U.S. and China relations. They talked about it not through the lens of the global economy, but through the lens of Michigan, of Wisconsin, and other heartland battleground states. But then energy policy. And this, at the end of the debate, I hope everybody caught it, because this is going to be replayed and sliced and diced virtually every single which way in a key state like Pennsylvania that, honestly, one prominent Republican pollster told me is a total disaster right now for the Trump campaign. But Joe Biden said that he is not against fracking. He then went on to say that he is against fracking on federal lands, and then he went on to say that he doesn't want to have emissions by 2025. Senator Kevin Cramer, a Republican from one of the Dakotas, he beat Senator Heidi Heitkamp, a Democrat, in 2018. He was a Republican who defeated a Democrat in 2018. Tweeted out after the debate, how does Joe Biden plan to allow fracking while eliminating oil? For a certain constituency in the Rust Belt, for a certain constituency among working class voters, that is a driving issue for battleground states that the Republicans are going to seize on this morning.
No doubt, the transition away from energy. Kevin, it wasn't answered very well whatsoever. What are the polls that you're looking for in the coming days? Where?
Well, Jonathan, I think it's going to be Wisconsin, because to be frank with you, Democrats feel that Wisconsin is going to be, and Arizona, Democrats feel that they're on the cusp of winning Wisconsin as well as Arizona, and that if they do get those states, that could be a blue wave for them. The Democrats also feel that when you've got former President Obama campaigning in Philadelphia, right a couple of miles away from Marcus Hook, which is, of course, one of the areas in Pennsylvania that Joe Biden mentioned yesterday as it relates to fracking, that they could be able to get the turnout from the African-American community, which underperformed for Hillary Clinton. They feel confident in Pennsylvania. But Arizona, Wisconsin, and then, of course, North Carolina and to some extent Florida.
Kevin, at this point in the campaign, it seems unlikely that really much of anything will make a big difference in what people will vote for in 11 days from now. What will matter is who turns out to vote. How well do the two campaigns have get out the vote campaigners on the ground in the variety of swing states that are most important here?
You know, that's a good point. I asked that question to the chairwoman of the Republican Party yesterday, Ronna Romney McDaniel. What she told me was they feel that the Republicans are motivated to get to the polls. They're differentiating in their internals from absentee voting versus early voting. The chairman of the Democratic Party, who I also spoke with, again, these are the leaders who organize the behind-the-scenes efforts and the get-out-the-vote efforts. He said that they're confident. So it's a tale of two spins right now. But I can tell you that from yesterday's debate, if you subscribe to the thought view of working class voters who turn out to vote, that was a substantial debate, and whether or not it does anything to motivate working class voters to show up to the polls on the contrast of different economic views that are candidly more traditional than we've seen in this more volatile, bombastic, rhetorical cycle with COVID. That has to have the Republicans breathing a sigh of relief this morning, and maybe even dwarfing the size of a blue wave. But we'll see, because of course, you know, maybe we'll be talking about something else 12 hours from now.
What time is it in Nashville, Kevin?
It's 1 hour later. 1 hour.
Time for pancakes.
And the Eagles won last night, and I got to see the final 2 minutes, and Boston Scott delivered for the Eagles, and we're still now we're number one.
I mean, the level of incoherency here is tangible, isn't it?
On whose behalf? Not his.
Kevin, Pancake Pantry, get the large coffee.
Kevin Runn, great to see you, mate. Great work as always. An early morning in Nashville, Tennessee for Kevin Cirilli.
Extraordinary.
He has been.
You know,
coming up on this program a little bit later this morning, Larry Kudlow, National Economic Council Director. That'll be at 9 Eastern New York, 2 p.m. in London. From New York and London, good morning to you all. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishika Gupta. In Europe, governments have started to impose curfews more widely to stop a resurgence of the coronavirus. Daily virus cases are hitting records across the continent. France reported more than 40,000 new cases for the first time. The parent of Mercedes-Benz has raised its full-year forecast. Daimler's earnings bounced back last quarter thanks to strong sales in China and cost cuts. The company's CFO is upbeat but cautious.
It's difficult to predict what the proceedings are going to be with regard to COVID and potentially second wave in November and in December. That's why we make the caveat. But I think what we want to emphasize is that there's a strong demand for our product substance. We have a good track record now on the operational performance, the cost discipline, and that we want to take that into the fourth quarter.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
बस्तो रहेछ साना कुरामा त्यही बिहानको बेटी अनि breakfast in bed माया साथ कपाल हटाएर brought your morning kiss. I love you, babe. मेरो आत्मामा पठाएछु जटिल मैले बनाएछु माया त बस्तो रहेछ साना कुरामा त्यही बिहानको बेटी अनि breakfast in bed माया साथ कपाल हटाएर even brought your morning kiss I love you babe अरू चाहिन्छ के चाहिन्छ के म जस्तो छु त्यस्तै माया गर्छौ अङ्गालोमा मलाई अपनाउँछौ जे भो त्यो भो भनी फकाउँछौ अरू चाहिन्छ के अरू चाहिन्छ के अरू चाहिन्छ के अरू चाहिन्छ के
Nova.
2020. It's 2020. And yet this is still happening.
Take to the streets across America and in Richmond, demanding justice in the death of George Floyd.
Well, the images were shocking last night, Jake. Let me tell you, especially here at the Richmond Police Department, boarding up all the windows of the Richmond Police Department after several were smashed by protesters last night. They're calling for justice in Floyd's death at the hands of a police officer, but also the systematic issues that led to the moment. Now, after 11 p.m., that's when violence erupted as protesters set a police cruiser on fire right here outside the Richmond Police Department on Gray Street. Once we arrived on scene, we could see a dumpster that was also on fire.
But I must say that I know that justice is indivisible. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
An organization that no one downtown loves. We need one that's ready and willing to take action. Any kind of action. Not when the man downtown sees fit, but when we see fit. By any means necessary. Let us agree that the blow must be struck. And let us agree what type of blow must be struck and at whom the blow should be struck, and then those who don't go along with that strike, we can struck them first.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
We cut through the church.
Shit. Go ahead. I'm behind you. Go ahead. Run.
Cut through the church.
Get your phone, baby. Get your phone. Come on, let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go. Oh, shit.
Let's go.
I'm trying to get back to the whip. I'm not trying to hold this shit. This feels like a movie. Run. Go.
Go.
This is the Purge-like shit movie.
Let's go. We cut through, boy. Come on.
Happening. Hey.
Appreciate it, bro.
I'm hopping. Come on. Let's go. It's like a movie for you.
Fuck the police! Fuck the police!
Curfew.
Fuck! Fuck! Ain't even 8
Not
o'clock.
right now.
It ain't even 8 o'clock. So they fucking don't show you.
You know what I'm saying? Tear gas, smoke bomb.
Appreciate that, bro.
They got rubber pellets out here. You know what I'm saying? All for what? To get us in line like they been getting us in line?
You know what I'm talking about?
That shit over with.
Shit over with. Done with. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Fucking God. Come on, baby. Let's go.
No, I don't know how, but some way I'm gonna make it. Yeah, yeah, I'll take the chance now. Too much time that I've wasted. It's gonna be a man down if a youngin' get the faking. I understand now, pray for my generation. No, I can't process this life is simulation. Everybody tryna act like they don't need validation. But it's a farce, can't cover the scars. Gotta just be who you are. Life one of course, can't be so crazy this harsh. Don't mind that judgment floor. Look for my people, yeah, cause I know it's hard. We all just tryna play a part. While we won't fight, we just gon' march. Did Malcolm ever pass the torch? Yes, but they killing the artists of force. With no compassion, no remorse. Did we just ever get some recourse? Level where they don't extort, no. Please pray for my generation. I don't know how, but some way I'm gonna make it. Yeah, yeah, I'll take the chance now. Too much time that I've wasted. It's gonna be a man down if a youngin' get the faking. I understand now, pray for my generation. I don't know how, but some way I'm gonna make it. Yeah, yeah, I'll take the chance now. Too much time that I've wasted. It's gonna be a man down if a youngin' get the faking. I understand now, pray for my generation.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! Yeah, black woman, yeah! Yeah, black woman! Tear it down! Tear it down! Tear it down! Tear it down! Hey, yo, I heard that curfew changed to 7. Well, we gonna be out here till it's fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck you talking about? I understand they gotta keep us in line. I get it. You know what I'm saying? They're here to protect us. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But we've been doing this shit for way too long, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, way too long. You know what I'm saying?
Dick eaters.
As long as they getting the paycheck.
Dick eaters.
You know what I mean?
Cock consumers.
Look, for real, think about it this way. Think about it this way. If they really wanted change, if I was a police officer and I really wanted some change, I'd stay the fuck at home. I wouldn't come out here. You know what I'm saying? I say fuck what my police chief say. I'm staying at home. You know what I'm saying? But nah, they want some action. That's why they out here. They want action. You know what I'm saying? They just hoping and praying that they could do some shit. You know what I mean? That's the only reason they out here. If they really want to change, they stay their ass at home. And say fuck the badge. You know what I'm saying? That badge is way more important than what the fuck we out here for. Believe that.
Join us on Leaders with Lacqua.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
From London and New York, for our audience worldwide, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keane and Lisa Abravitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Francine Lacroix is off today. Here's the Friday morning price action on equity futures first on the S&P 500, shaping up as follows. About to squeeze out a week of losses. Positive on the day, though, up 0.2% on the S&P. In the FX market, Euro firm at 118.46. But the bond market gets everybody's attention this week. The 10-year yield, 85 basis points. But it's the shape of the curve, a bit of steepness coming through. Get to the next chart. Over the last 12 months through 2020, the line in the sand for 2s, 10s, 70 basis points. And there we are right now, Tom. That's where we stalled out in early June. Will we stall out again?
Yeah, and the question is, where do you go from here back to 2017? And all I can say is the trend is your friend. And that trend, John, it is a changed story. There's no question about that. And I'll be honest, if you look back on a 5- and 10-year basis, it's a very elegant chart to a steeper spread.
Lisa, the front end very much pinned, anchored, held down by the Federal Reserve. How 10s move? This is the question that I think has dominated the week. Just how self-limiting would a 10-year Treasury sell-off actually be? How much higher can yields push?
Yeah, and I will just note this. There was a 20-year auction of Treasuries this week. It went well. There still are buyers for this debt. There is this feeling that there is a cap here on yields. I will note, though, John, financials outperforming this week, very much so on the heels of this yield curve steepening.
This is why the balance sheet matters. This is why you should hang out on a Thursday at 4:30 to see what they're buying and how much they're buying from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
What about fracking?
All right,
Now
let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did. Show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is he's flat lying. I do rule out anti-fracking because the answer we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025.
Excuse me, he was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania.
The President of the United States with a former VP, Joe Biden, the final debate of this election race in Nashville, Tennessee, on a really important topic and a moment which many people think the former VP slipped. We'll talk about that in a moment. From London and New York, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Francine Lacqua is away today. About 3 hours away from the opening bell in New York City. Futures shaping up as follows on the S&P 500. Muted debate, muted price action on the S&P positive 5, up a little more than 0.1%. Outside of that, in the bond market, a lot of attention this week. A sell-off. Treasuries lower, yields higher to 85 basis points on the week, on the session unchanged. In foreign exchange, euro dollar 118 at about 40. Really resilient euro. And softer dollar has to be the theme that's got a lot of people talking, Tom. A softer dollar, even though the recovery better in the United States relative to the stumble in Europe.
Well, something to talk about all next week. I do agree, John. The resiliency of euro here, 118.44, really is of note today. The yen under 105, also there on the weak dollar trend, 104.68 as well. Right now to the politics, and I really, really, really want to look forward 1 day, 2 days, and through to 11 days forward. And you can do that by looking at Arizona. Arizona's a lot of desert, some exploding urban areas in size, and fascinating demographics. And the expert is Rick Davis. He's Bloomberg contributor. His support of the senator, always the senator from Arizona, Mr. McCain, as well. Rick, to our global audience now, I want you to explain why a Republican Arizona that back in 1952, I believe, has only elected one president of the Democratic persuasion, why it's so fascinating right now.
Well, as you point out, Tom, I mean, Arizona is one of the fastest growing states in the country. They have one of the largest, if not the largest, counties, Maricopa County, which is the heart of Phoenix metropolitan area. And that has brought a new dimension to politics. As you point out, only Bill Clinton has broken the charm of Republican victories in presidential elections in Arizona. And a lot of people think this could be the year that happens over again. There's a lot of storm happening demographically, rising Hispanic population becoming almost 25–30% of the vote. A metropolitan area, Maricopa County, that's getting a lot of influx of people from California, creating a little bit more liberalism. An elderly population dramatically affected by COVID, who are unhappy with the president's performance on that. All this has become a cauldron of...
What portion, Rick Davis, of the Hispanic vote will vote for Mr. Trump? I mean, this from Florida to Arizona, indeed to California, is an item. What have you learned about the Hispanic vote and their ability to go conservative?
Well, when we were running John McCain's campaigns in the state of Arizona, he would consistently get beyond 50% of the Hispanic vote. So there is a rationale that if you're a Republican and you support immigration reform and you're looking for ways of creating a dialogue with the Hispanic community, you can do incredibly well. When he was on the ballot in 2016, he got over 50% of the Hispanic vote. Trump, however, at that time, barely cracked into the 30s. I would say in order to keep Arizona alive for President Trump's ambitions to win that state, he's going to have to get in the low 30 percentile of the Hispanic vote. Now, that doesn't seem like much, but right now I'd say that's a challenge for him.
Rick, let's talk about other key demographics, seniors and suburban females as well. Did the president get it done, that change of approach? Do you think he tapped into something last night?
There's no question that the change of approach, his tone last night was significantly better. We know from the post-debate polling that occurred after the first debate that those voter groups, especially the suburban women, were turned off by his aggressive tone. So I think he did the right correction in order to have a discussion with them. But on issues of race, on issues of COVID, things that these suburban women voters have as a high priority, even education, which barely got a mention last night other than its relation to COVID, I'm not sure the president was able to create a new dynamic that will change their point of view.
Rick, meanwhile, oil really is the main issue emerging from yesterday's debate. Questions around Joe Biden's prescription for big oil going forward, given his preference for renewable energy. How big of an election issue do you think this is? How would this poll with undecided voters, perhaps, in Pennsylvania?
Well, I think this was one of the things that Donald Trump used very effectively against Hillary Clinton in 2016, when at that point in time, the big debate was around coal. And he took a very odd position. Everyone thought, wow, President Trump, the candidate at the time, was out there promoting coal use at a time when most people were talking about the effects of coal on the environment. This 4 years later, was the discussion about oil as being, we've got to preserve oil from the Trump point of view. And probably the biggest contrast painted last night was then Vice President Biden's response, which was to basically intimate that he was ready for a post-oil economy. And I think that's put a lot of people scratching their heads this morning saying, did we really want to be debating oil at the very end of this campaign?
Rick, how do they spin that in the next couple of days?
Well, it didn't take them 2 minutes to walk out of that auditorium and have the Biden campaign saying, no, no, no. What he's talking about is a long-term transition away from oil. That's something that people have been talking about for a long time. And what it really is a replacement from renewables. That being said, a couple of Democratic representatives have already in the Southwest started distancing themselves from Joe Biden on the issue of oil. It's a home state issue. If you're from Pennsylvania, if you're from Texas, if you're from New Mexico, you've got an oil economy that's very important to you. And now would not be the time in the last 10 days of an election to put that on the chopping block.
Rick, great to catch up as always. Rick Davis, Bloomberg contributor and former McCain campaign manager. Tom, in many ways inevitable, pulled to the left to win the Democratic nomination.
Yep.
And then this kind of thing comes up in the final week of campaigning.
Well, it comes up. It could have been anything else as well. And, you know, as you say correctly, John, they'll spin it forward. I would suggest this is where all that money comes in, and that you just move forward with 11 days to go with huge ad spending, frankly, by both candidates and a lot of the heated up Senate candidates as well. And the TV ads can almost drown out that tangible issue of oil.
One candidate has a lot more money than the other candidate, going off the recent numbers. Coming up next on this programme, Dr. Andrew Peskos, Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health professor and virologist. That's coming up next on Bloomberg. From London and New York this morning, good morning. Heard on Bloomberg Radio, seen on Bloomberg TV. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. For the first time, the FDA has given formal approval to a drug for fighting the coronavirus. Gilead's antiviral therapy remdesivir had already been prescribed under emergency use authorization. It was given to President Trump when he was diagnosed with the virus. Chicago is hoping a business curfew will help stop the rapid rise in coronavirus cases and hospitalizations. It starts today and will last at least 2 weeks. A curfew will be in place from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. for all non-essential businesses. Bars without a license to sell food will no longer be able to serve customers indoors. Over the last week, the number of cases in Chicago have risen 54%. And California is bracing for the strongest winds of the 2020 fire season. A storm coming in from the Pacific could push winds over the Sierra Nevada, and gusts could reach up to 70 miles an hour. Fires in California have already burned a record 4.1 million acres this year. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
It's such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
This has so entangled itself into our social fabric and into our social status pipelines and into the development of children that even if you opt out, that's not enough.
We're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does.
He says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it.
You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year.
Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America.
If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying.
We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but they need resources to open.
From London and New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance. That was the President of the United States in a debate with the former Vice President Joe Biden last night. And in many ways, Tom, two very different views of COVID-19. The President trying to offer hope, misplaced or otherwise, around a vaccine, and a much clear-cut, maybe more realistic view of what's happening on the ground from Vice President Joe Biden.
Early in the debate, John, I'm so happy they started with this off the foreign policy mandate and all that. They started with the pandemic. But I'll tell you, folks, what you witnessed there last night was some tangible history going back to the cholera debate of successful water in Philadelphia and terrible water in New York City 200 years ago, and then you move forward through all the illnesses of the nation. John, that was really, really something last night. Let's do this. Let's get right to it on the pandemic on a Friday with everybody bouncing off the walls. I don't say that lightly, folks. It's been an exhausting week for all worldwide in the pandemic. John, way out front on the lockdowns of Europe and, of course, well, what we see in Great Britain. Andrew Pekos is living this in real time. He's with the Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health. Of course, Mr. Bloomberg, part of Bloomberg LP, this television and radio property as well. Andrew, we have come so far since October, and yet what I witnessed last night, literally back to the know-nothings of 1840, was science versus non-science. Is that too narrow of a distinction?
The polarization in terms of the public health recommendations to control this pandemic are really, it's sometimes unbelievable to me coming at it as a person who's really looking at the facts and can see examples around the world of how science, good approaches, and conviction to stick with those approaches can actually reduce the level of virus spread in a community, but also allow us to restore some of our regular aspects of our lives in terms of opening up businesses, opening up workplaces, and being able to do that in a safe way. A safe return to our regular lives is possible, and there are ways that we can do it.
Andrew, is there one way of doing this, or do different places need different approaches? We often talk about one single good approach, but New York seems to be taking a different approach to, say, London compared to, say, Berlin. Why do we have these differences between developed economies and developed governments and their approach to the same virus?
Yeah, so there needs to be, starting from the top, there needs to be a political will, there needs to be resources put into place so that the public health interventions that we know can stop virus spread can be effectively put into place. The problem with the virus is that its outbreaks are very, what I call, heterogeneous. So some cities right now are undergoing massive increases in terms of their cases. Others, my city, Baltimore, here is one example, are not in the same situation. And so what you want to do is apply the more stricter public health interventions in places where they're needed and not apply them in places where they're not needed, because that puts an undue stress on the community that isn't necessary at the times. So I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing different approaches occurring in different places. It's also the politicalization of this, and that's why you're seeing some of the approaches that should be put in place in states that are increasing cases not being put in place. And so that's the problem there. It's leadership problem and an ineffective administration of these public health interventions when needed.
Meanwhile, we're all holding our breath and waiting for the vaccine to come out, and there are a number of trials that are getting close. What kind of vaccine are we looking at, though? How important is it to focus on the efficacy, whether there needs to be a booster shot, how long this potentially immunizes people? What's sort of the outlook there on the leading vaccines?
Yeah, it's such a great question. So, all the vaccine candidates that are in place right now are really going to require 2 administrations, an initial shot and then a booster some weeks later. And what we really don't know yet, well, let's start with what we know. We know that most of the candidates coming through can induce a rather good immune response in most of the participants. That's based on smaller studies, phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials. What we don't know is how that's going to protect us from the COVID-19 as a disease. Is it going to stop people from getting infected? 100%. Is it going to stop people from being infected by 50%, but reduce disease severity by a larger percent? And those particular factors are going to really dictate how effectively this vaccine can be used. It's not very likely that this is going to be a 100% efficacious vaccine that prevents you from ever getting infected. The more realistic expectations are that it's going to help us protect a certain percentage of the population, reduce severity, and then it needs to be rolled out in a way that can reduce the total number of cases. And that's going to be the critical thing, how the rollout is going to be based on how efficacious the vaccine is.
This is a really important point for markets, too. I know you're focused on the medical aspect, but Goldman Sachs put out a report on how vaccine volatility was heating up heading into what we're going to be hearing from the likes of Moderna and Pfizer about to release the results of some of their phase 3 trials. When are we going to know what we're dealing with when it comes to the vaccine, how protective it is, and whether or not it can actually break the cycle of the pandemic we're seeing now?
Yeah, so some of the vaccines that have entered their phase 3 clinical trials already are just wrapping up their enrollments, meaning that they're hitting their 30,000, 40,000, 60,000 people targets. Now, that means that those people, we won't see results from those studies until 2 months down the line. But the companies will probably be releasing data on the first individuals that were vaccinated. And they'll probably be positioning to get emergency use approval from the Federal Drug Administration if they can continue to show that their vaccines are safe and they have some signal for efficacy. So we'll see some preliminary data probably in the next month or 2, but the full data from the studies won't be released until probably sometime in the early year, because they only finished up enrolling their patients in the past week or 2.
Andrew, as you're aware, and just quickly if you can, there are many people worried about taking this vaccine. I don't expect you to talk for the pharmaceutical companies, but from where you're sitting, looking at the process, what are your thoughts on the process and how quickly this is happening?
So the process has been sped up in places where it can be sped up in terms of production, in terms of approval, in terms of providing money for companies to make large numbers of doses before their clinical trials are done. So those are all good things that have sped up the production and the capacity for us to initiate a vaccination campaign. We're now in a stage where we're looking at safety and efficacy at a larger scale, and those are the studies that can't be sped up. We have to wait a certain amount of time after a person gets a vaccine and after the booster, so that we can show true safety signatures for these vaccines. And then we also want to have some idea of the issue of efficacy that I just talked about. How good is this vaccine? How is it protecting? What is it protecting from? Those are the things that have to take time, and we're in the middle of doing that right now.
Really important distinctions. Andrew, appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, sir. Andrew Pekos there of Johns Hopkins. Coming up later on the Open, just throwing another one in there, Bob Prince, Bridgewater Associates co-CIO. What a lineup at 9 Eastern. That's 2 in London. Tom Keene's not with us now because he's a little bit upset about what's going to be on Bloomberg TV a little bit later. This is Bloomberg.
women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishika Gupta with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Shares of Intel are falling. There's new concern that the company is losing its lead in computer chips. Intel reported a surprise drop in data center sales. Plus, it says that sales to cloud computing providers will slow down in the current quarter. Another strong quarter for the traders at Barclays. The bank's securities division reported a 23% jump in currency rates and credit trading income in the third quarter. That helped Barclays beat earnings estimates. The bank also took a smaller impairment charge than expected. And L'Oreal reported a surprise increase in sales. The French company was helped by pent-up consumer demand for skin creams and cosmetics after months of lockdowns. We spoke with L'Oreal's CEO.
We are trying to navigate through this crisis, and we are still confident that we should be able to deliver a positive second half this year. And we are preparing also for a positive and dynamic next year.
And that is your latest Bloomberg Business Flash. John?
Ritika, thank you. Let's get to the price action this Friday morning. Just quickly, shaping up as follows on the S&P 500. Futures look a little something like this. Up 10 now, a lift, up a third of 1%. I just sense the fatigue around the same old never-ending stories.
You don't
the campaigning, Brexit, fiscal talks. Lisa feels it too. Yields 86 basis points on a 10-year. At least you've got a move in the bond market, Lisa. Is it a squeeze? Is it something durable? Is it off the back of some fundamentals?
Yeah, honestly, very unclear. I will say coming into this week, there was one of the biggest short positions on treasuries in a long time. So arguably, this could be a positioning thing because what has changed, John? Anything?
Talks are advancing, Lisa. Speaker Pelosi told you so. Differences are narrowing.
About talks.
You don't believe her?
About talks. Well, I mean, it's all about
talks
timing.
Are progressing.
But it's all about timing, right? People were wondering, they don't expect it before the election now. So the issue is just about the polling. I don't know. I don't see anything really changing.
I've got to be honest with you, Lisa. I don't think it's just about timing anymore. I think it's about size. And the size of that package depends on the outcome of this election. It could be the difference between $2 trillion and $500 billion. Depending on what the complexion of Congress looks like, you could have a huge band, a huge difference, a range of outcomes, anywhere from $2 trillion packages all the way down to what Leader McConnell is pushing, $500–600 billion. Alongside Lisa Abravitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Tom Keen-Cam, loads of positive feedback about it in yesterday's programme.
Just keep going. Wow.
Just beautiful.
For those on radio.
way out, I'm just going to leave it there. Futures up 10. Just get Tom back up. Come on, put the shot back up.
Really
Futures up
scintillating.
10. This is Bloomberg.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Even in a pandemic, big companies have maintained easy access to financing, but small businesses and consumers are finding it much harder.
There's certainly a large part of the economy that's not being seen by the banking system.
I'm Shonali Bassick. Join me for a Bloomberg special report, The Credit Disconnect, this weekend on Bloomberg Television.
Those at the bottom are having a very hard time.
We are having this income cliff,
at a time when actually the consumer is supposed to go out and spend.
The market is not as well prepared as it normally is for these kind of downside events.
This is a market that's thinking at some point stimulus is going to happen.
The Fed has a lot of upside to accelerate, but I think they're going to maintain this pace.
We need support for the economy, both for monetary and fiscal policy.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
From London and New York for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. The focus of global markets on America's capital, Tom Keene, Washington, D.C. The last debate is behind us, a change of approach from the president. Will it resonate in the final week of campaigning?
Well, I got to see, the zeitgeist this morning is clearly that, as you say, John, it was a more civil debate. As you say, it's a debate where Mr. Trump clearly got much higher marks on first blush than he saw in the first debate. But with 11 days to go, I'm sorry, John, I'm going to say not what I think or maybe what we all think, but what we hear from every single pro. The money matters, and the gentleman from Delaware has the money.
Do the polls matter, Tom? Are you starting to believe the polls a little bit more, or are we still questioning them?
I think my summary is it's tightening up. I think I saw a number of reports this morning that clearly Mr. Biden's ahead in this poll, that poll, national poll, state poll, but the president is tightening it up, as was widely predicted.
11 days to go. Lisa Abramowitz, 11 days to go before we can get a deal on Capitol Hill on fiscal stimulus between House Democrats, the administration.
We're not
Senate
getting a deal. And basically, people are not expecting that. I do want to just say on polling, if the polls have it wrong, political polling, the entire industry is dead. I'm very curious to hear what Larry Kudlow has to say, though, on the stimulus point. He's joining some Bloomberg television show at 9 a.m. He is the U.S. National Economics Council director. He talks with some guy who hosts the show at that point. We will be listening carefully.
This is the fourth time we've promoted this today.
He's a really nice guy. I've heard the guy doing the interview is a really nice guy.
Oh, yeah? You like him?
I can tell you there's another interview after that. I'll catch up with Bridgewater after that.
Keep going.
Al-Arian after
Keep
that.
going. All right.
Henry after
Let's
that.
get to the data. You can promote it later. You're right. You've got a fantastic lineup. You should stick with it. 9:45 a.m. Maybe they'll also touch on this economic data. U.S. October PMI is coming out. Should be interesting following what we saw in Europe. This divergence that Tom was talking about between services and manufacturing ongoing. Services feeling the brunt of the ongoing rolling coronavirus crisis and people not going out to eat, et cetera. And at 1 p.m., normally this wouldn't really matter, but Baker Hughes U.S. rig count, I am watching it, especially on the heels of the debate last night where oil became such a major issue. How much pain is there in this industry where oil production in the U.S. has contracted by a quarter since the beginning of this year, John? Go ahead, Tom.
John, this is really important, I think, and I can't believe I'm doing this, folks. Bob Prince is a really important interview today because the theme of the week, folks, is the mystery about negative interest rates. And John, at the zero bound means so much for everyone.
The inability to stimulate the economy and what will trend growth look like. Big topic of debate with myself and Bridgewater a little bit later after the huge dispersion of performance and divergence we've seen, Tom. Will it persist or will we see a period of convergence? And I can tell you that Bob's view is increasingly much more divergence for the year to come, perhaps, Tom. And that's where the conversation will be. That and a huge cash cushion that some people are still carrying. Tom, I think a big question is, where does that cash go?
Absolutely. It's been a theme all morning here, the liquidity issue. And, you know, Chanelle's Basics special tonight on credit, John, is the same thing. There's a wall of money out there for the haves, and they got to put it to work.
Thanks for the promo, Tom. Here's the price section this Friday morning.
I just...
We'll get another two in. Equity markets look like this this Friday. Equity futures, a positive 6. We haven't done that yet. We'll do that a little bit later.
I noticed.
0.2% in the bond market, 86 basis points on a 10-year. Euro dollar 118.43. Stronger euro, weaker dollar. Really muted price action following a more civil debate in Nashville, Tennessee.
Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success, but I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me, and I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better.
That was the last word on the big stage, the final debate between Vice President Joe Biden and the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Steve Cheverone joins us now, Federated Hermes Portfolio Manager. Steve, great to catch up with you, sir. A simple one. How are you navigating the next couple of weeks?
I'm focused on January 22nd, because on January 22nd, I'm going to have a president. I don't know who, but I'll have one, which means the political uncertainty in front of me will be less than that's behind me. I think the virus will be incrementally less deadly with further development of treatment and vaccine. I think I'm going to have a Fed that's still not thinking about raising rates. Stimulus that is either in place or on its way, and really positive earnings comps ahead of me in the second quarter. I want to own that in size, and if the market's going to give me cheaper prices to add to those cyclical parts of the market between now and then I'll be happy to take that opportunity.
Steve, you've been dead on this on asset allocation as well. Do you play the large cap U.S. game, or is it truly time to rotate to small, rotate to international, indeed sell the apple and buy the caterpillar?
Yeah, it's small in value for us. I want to include international there as well, although they can't shut themselves down. But when you think about it, the incremental news flow on big growth in tech is just going to be a little less good. I bought everything from Amazon in April. I bought a lot from Amazon this week, just not everything. On the flip side, I think you've got stimulus coming, not this week, but it's going to come over the next couple of months. The vaccine's positive for cyclicals, and tax changes. If we do get a Democratic sweep, both the corporate tax change and the capital gains tax change could put a hit on tech and therefore benefit cyclicals on a basis. So that's the play for us.
Steve, can big tech continue to rally if interest rates rise?
Yeah, look, I don't think I think it can work in an absolute sense. I don't think it outperforms in an absolute sense. I mean, if interest rates are rising because the economy continues to recover, and let's make no mistake about it, we've added more jobs back to the economy in the last 5 months than any 5-month stretch in history, times 4, right? We've got retail sales back above where they were before the crisis. Housing, the best since 2006. If that's why rates are rising, all risk assets can do well. We just think that the cyclicals will do better because they're going to be more directly tied to that growth.
Do you put the financials in that bucket, Steve?
You know, that financials and energy might be the two contrarian plays on a Democratic sweep. If I've got a Fed that's intent on keeping rates at 0, and I end up getting a fiscal package that's, $2-3 trillion, growth and inflation expectations may move high, the short end may be anchored, and you could get a steeper yield curve. It could be the real contrarian call. Same thing with energy. If you're going to really impact supply, well, I don't want to be an E&P player that doesn't have a great balance sheet. But gosh, if I'm Exxon, I may get down to that 5% dividend yield because I doubled, not because I cut the yield. If you're sitting on that resource and prices are forced meaningfully higher. So I think those could be two contrarian calls if we do get a D sweep. We would argue at Federated, however, that we think this is still a very competitive election and a very uncertain outcome over the next 12 days. Or 11 days now.
So you've not taken any fresh positions in the financials or in energy over the last couple of months?
Well, no, what we did do in August, because we believe in this theme of the economic recovery and how that will benefit cyclicals, is, we neutralized our overweights to tech and growth. We went overweight value cyclicals, small caps, dividend payers, and we closed our underweights in international. Frankly, I'd like to be more in that position. But given the uncertainty over the next, what could be 2 to 3 or 4 weeks, we're tilted in the right direction, but we would use weakness to get more tilted.
Steve, what is the shop doing in healthcare? I mean, we come out of this and we've got the judicial process on the Affordable Care Act, but whatever we do is you stagger to January 22nd, and for that matter, July 22nd. You've got to make a play on healthcare. How do you calibrate that? How do you calculate that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think... Right. There's really two outcomes to this election. We can try to pretend there's a lot, but there's two. There's a Democratic sweep, which is a change in policy. And then there's different configurations of divided government, which are essentially what we have in place right now. The concern, therefore, would be, is there a change if you get a change in government? Healthcare pharma and biotech got a really sweetheart deal in the original ACA. So if the Biden plan is for, ACA plus, we don't think there's a lot of reasons to be concerned there. There's lip service around pricing on both sides. But we think that the story in healthcare is you're going to have a stockpiling of medical goods to avoid being caught short like we were this time, continued development of some interesting therapeutics. At worst, it's a neutral for us. At worst.
Steve, great to catch up. Always good to hear from you, sir. Good luck ahead of the election. Steve Chevron there, of Federated Investors. I do wonder, Tom, whether we overplay the importance of the politics sometimes, particularly this time. If you take one stock, let's pick a name, Tesla. Let's think about how well Tesla has done over the last 4 years through an administration that is very pro-fossil fuels, oil and energy. A stock that's done terrifically well, Tom Keene. And that's what a guest said on this programme. Maybe don't overthink the politics sometimes. Good companies, if they're doing good things, they'll do well.
I grew up in a house, John, that was linked at the hip on politics and investment in the stock market and all that. And what I learned growing up in that house is I don't believe in it. And I think you're 100% right. Yeah, the politics is important. It's certainly something we need to cover and all the attributes in. But at the same time, it is about the companies and their company stories. And it's always underestimated, John, how corporate officers react to what they're handed.
From a markets perspective, Lisa, the last 4 years, and I stress from a markets perspective, they come down, they're reduced to two things. Tax cuts, one, that was first, and then two, the trade war. They are the two dominant forces from this administration over the last 4 years. And we're thinking about all kinds of things over the next 2 weeks.
I think arguably the biggest issue that people perhaps are not considering is split Congress, right? I mean, this could actually have an impact on markets because it impacts the fiscal support that we could get next year. And that is a game changer for markets. And that, I think, is where people are focused, John.
Lisa, I would agree. Overwhelmingly, the consensus assumption is we get some kind of fiscal package. A big question would be, what happens if the fiscal standoff persists well into 2021? From London and New York this morning, good morning. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishika Gupta. President Trump and Joe Biden covered a wide range of issues in last night's second debate, amongst them racism, corruption, and the manner in which the president handled the coronavirus.
We're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does.
He says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it.
You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year.
Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America.
Unlike their first debate, the candidates largely complied with rules of the debate that called for them to allow each other time to speak. In Europe, governments have started to impose curfews more widely to stop a resurgence of the coronavirus. Daily virus cases are hitting records across the continent. France reported more than 40,000 new cases for the first time. The UK has signed its first major trade deal since Brexit. The agreement with Japan largely preserves the terms under which the UK traded with Tokyo as part of the European Union. Meanwhile, there are signs of progress in trade talks between the UK and the EU. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
farfalla nostalgia volata via insieme a me. Nel cielo grande un aeroplano riempie gli spazi vuoti di vertigine. Se nel vento planeremo nella vodka mentre sale. Se dallo spazio mon amour mi porterai giù, portami a ballare, spegnimi i pensieri, bicchieri di plastica, anche se è solo ghiaccio di sì, che se vai a casa questa notte resta nuda. हमेशा धाकड़ जगह त्याग करे गुड़गांव इन भारत जहाँ का मॉल भी अपना और टॉल भी अपना और जितने काले धंधे उनमें रोल भी अपना। जय बात।
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
The President of the United States alongside the former Vice President Joe Biden from London and New York this morning. Good morning. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramovich, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Here's the Friday morning price action. Equity futures look a little something like this on the S&P 500. We drift higher by 8 points, up 0.2%. In the bond market, risk aversion fading from where we were 24 hours ago. Yields getting up to around about 86 basis points on a 10-year. In foreign exchange, this complemented by some dollar weakness against a stronger euro. That's been the story through much of this week. Euro dollar 118 and around about 40, up about 0.2% on that currency pair. But a standout move of the week, Tom Keene, it's got to be treasuries lower, yields higher, approaching the levels that we hit back in that first week of June.
Yeah, yields higher as well. And you can talk at 9 o'clock on the open about this, John. I think it's really important to see 2s10s widen out and some of the other dynamics there. To me, along that line, John, the real story is the real yield. Again, another one of your properties is coming to negative 0.91. That's a huge deal to see a diminished real yield over the week.
1 p.m. Eastern time. Just throw that out there, Tom.
Thank you.
Anything
1
else?
p.m. Eastern time.
Anything else?
Good.
Bloomberg
Who else
yield.
is joining?
I'm done for now.
Okay.
Can
I do a shout out? Bloomberg has the single best headline of this debate last night, John Farrell, Mario Parker and his team on graft, COVID, and racism. And I really think that captures, some of the themes that they really ramped up. Into last night let's do this. Let's get to Kevin Cirilli right now, sleepless in Nashville. We're thrilled he could join us, our chief Washington correspondent. Okay, Kevin, I've heard enough about the debate. What do they do 10 days to go, 9 days to go, 8 days to go?
Well, look, this is the sprint to election day, and they're going to be flooding the battleground states. No doubt you're going to be seeing that. President Trump has campaign events scheduled in Florida, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and ditto for Joe Biden. And it's going to be fascinating to watch not just where they deploy some of their top surrogates. President Obama will have a campaign event in Florida as well this weekend, but also to see where do they put their money? Where do they spend their money? And at what point is there an oversaturation rate on campaign ads in battleground states like Arizona? Okay,
so you've got Wisconsin. You mentioned it earlier, Kevin Cirilli. Wisconsin is of new interest as well. You got Madison, where there's no Republicans. You got Milwaukee, which is an interesting city. Maybe Kenosha, with the tensions that were there months ago. Tell us about the rest of Wisconsin.
Well, look, I think from the Wisconsin perspective, I mean, this is a state where the Republicans are hoping to cling on to it. You mentioned Kenosha County, a county that President Trump carried by just more than a couple hundred votes against Hillary Clinton, and that really could be the deciding factor in a key toss-up like Wisconsin. But even moving beyond just that particular portion of the map, Democrats are trying to put together a blue wave. They're not just playing to win the Electoral College. They're playing to have a victory in the Senate as well in order to advance many of the Biden administration's agenda coalition items as it relates to energy policy, for example, as it relates to tax policy, for example. So much at stake for the Democrat coalition as well, even beyond, even in the building behind me last night when they were debating. I think you really saw that boil over in terms of how Joe Biden would navigate the far, far left of his party, which has been increasingly more vocal, has made inroads in having his ear, and contrasting that with what you saw from President Trump, which, quite honestly, was a Joe Biden trying to peel more off from Republican voters and less about trying to store up the far left of his party.
Well, Kevin, we've talked repeatedly about Republican senators up for re-election distancing themselves from the president. Let's talk briefly about former Vice President Joe Biden and Democrats who might have to distance themselves from the energy comments from last night. We've already heard from one Democratic congresswoman seeking re-election in Oklahoma immediately after that campaign, that debate, stepping back from the presidential candidate and his comments on energy. Do you expect to see more of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here in Tennessee, where there's a Democrat, Christopher Hale, running in a deeply conservative district, he's running as a new type of Democrat for re-election. I mean, he's even distancing himself from those energy comments. Connor Lamb is going to have to distance himself from those comments. I mean, that raised so many questions about what the Democratic Party is going to look for in a Green New Deal, and where there's a lot of confusion, maybe by design, maybe by not design, in terms of trying to understand what a new Green Deal coalition would look for and what it would precisely mean. I mean, look, when there was a key Pennsylvania moment last night where Joe Biden referenced the Delaware Basin. That's from an era in which there were 8 or 9 refineries in that part of the state, as well as in Delaware. It's since been renamed to Delaware City. And so to take you behind the scenes here, the Biden campaign is playing to reestablish and recreate the Obama coalition, which didn't really have the energy sector in the 2012 and 2008 elections behind him. And so that's a gamble. But, you know, it right now is paying off. And so we're going to have to wait and see if that holds on Election Day. But many Democrats, from the conversations I'm having, especially in battleground states, in Rust Belt portions of this country, are really seeking clarity on what precisely it means to not ban fracking, but try to get rid of emissions by 2025.
Kevin, just real quick here, who has a better ground game to get out the vote?
Well, look, I think it's a tale of two spins, right? And when I ask top-level sources on both sides about their specific ground game efforts, they both tell me that they're winning. And so I think it's really ultimately going to come down to whether or not people show up. Republicans say that they've been factoring into, taking into account, Lisa, for voters to show up on Election Day, that they feel they are motivated to show up to the polls. Democrats say that they have been really pushing for people that didn't show up last time in African-American communities, for example, to really mobilize that vote ahead of Election Day with early voting.
One thing we do know, 40 million plus already have shown up. Kevin, great to see you. Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg Chief, Washington correspondent. Tom Keene, it's almost a cheat guide to political punditry, isn't it? It's going to be about the turnout. It's going to be about the turnout a week from now.
Exactly. And the turnout's changed. This is so important, John. You know, there's habits we're into. I'm sure it's the same, John, within the United Kingdom. There's, you know, the BBC goes up north or whatever to some place that you always know you can set your clock to it on the night of a prime minister election. Great. Here, it's all blown up. As you mentioned, we're well out over 40 million. The Times has a great summary. John, we may be to a 50 million sum by the weekend, but this process, 11 days, 12 days, 13 days from now, it is truly all blown up.
Can I ask something, John? Tom keeps talking about how orderly the UK election process is, how orderly Parliament is.
Oh, it's fun to watch.
Is that an accurate characterization?
I don't think it is. One thing I will say is that my experience with British politicians is that they are a little bit more resilient to firm, hard questioning, that they will think you're just a little bit.
You know who you wanna be. Spit it up on me, lose your cool. You know what I wanna say. Mama didn't raise no fucking fool. Yo sé que no me ama a mí y sé que te gusta el descontrol. Yo no estoy puesto pa' ti. Te llamo entre el pasto y el alcohol.
Say we don't stop when the lights turn on, 'cause I still see you in the dark. We don't go home when the bar shuts down. No, baby, keep me spinning round. We go up for the night till we can't get any higher. Out for the night till dawn. We go up for the night, baby, can you feel this fire? Out for the night, so bring it on. Bring it on. Na 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 na. Bring it on, yeah, give me those strong. Bring it on. Na 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 na. 'Cause we all go tonight, yeah, we all go
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, you know, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with Lacqua.
Dertsizler içine ben de karışam. Dert bir değil hangisiyle uğraşam. Dertsizler içine ben de karışam. Hatırımı soran yok, halim perişan. Çektiğim çileler bitecek sandım. Hatırımı soran yok, halim perişan. Çektiğim çileler bitecek sandım. Gitmiyor başımdan yokluk belası. Ömrümce sürmedi varlık sefası. Çekerim çekerim bitmez cefası. Dünya olmuş kötülerin dünyası.
Gitmiyor başımdan yokluk belası.
On energy energy use in the U.S. If you go to Texas, the largest growth sector in energy in Texas is in fact renewable energy, solar energy. You go into the Middle East, the largest investments that are going on in the Middle East, in Saudi, in UAE, in solar. So the point that is really interesting that was missed last night was the fact that people are already investing in solar, already investing in wind.
Afsana, I was in the Washington News Bureau of Bloomberg with Spencer Abraham long ago and far away, our Secretary of Energy for Bush the Younger, the day we discovered that America really doesn't have a national oil policy. Do we need one?
You know, there was a time when we needed an oil policy and energy policy when energy was such a huge part of the economy. Remember when we started, you know, when we actually did have an energy policy at one point, or what we called energy policy, was when energy was more like 15% of the economy, maybe 10%. Today, the size of the energy sector, which is really mainly the oil and gas sector in the US, is close to 3%. And so energy, while being very important, is not where it was compared to health sector, compared to technology, compared to the other sectors that have been growing. So it's not that we don't need energy to lubricate and to use in our cars and in our manufacturing, but it is not exactly as important as it was at the period that you're talking about and when I started working on energy in my career.
Well, Afsana, let's talk about where you think we're going. Right now, we're producing about 10 million barrels of oil a day in the United States. What do you think the trajectory of all of this actually is over the next 5 to 10 years?
I think, as Vice President Biden said, it is going to be a transition. It has been a very slow transition. When I started again working on this transition, it was almost like 20 years ago, natural gas was taking a little bit more share from oil, but it was pretty slow. As we've seen in the last few years, natural gas has taken a bigger share from coal and oil, and solar and wind are taking a bigger share from everything else. So the transition could be a while. As we see, the electric cars have been a little bit slower to come to market. Tesla obviously has been fabulous, and other cars are still having technical problems when they come in. But if you look at the economy moving forward, I would think that whether it is 10 years or 15 years or 25 years, there will be a transition that with faster and faster growth towards renewables as the technology that is helping with batteries help us move in that direction much faster.
Asfana, has the pandemic accelerated that shift?
You know, the pandemic hasn't slowed it down, Lisa. I think what is really interesting is that oil and gas got slowed down with the pandemic, right? And generally, the economy slowed down, which meant that you were using energy less. In fact, the president last night said that we have clean air. Yeah, the reason is because our economy is not at full capacity. Of course, air gets to be cleaner if you're not driving as much and not using your factories. But renewable energy investments have been going pretty close to schedule, maybe delayed a little bit, but much faster than the oil and gas investments that were in the works before COVID.
Afsana, a lot of this begs the question, what do we need the government to do here, if, as you say, that private companies are heading in this direction anyway?
You know, what the government could do is we had a lot of support for the oil and gas industry over the last 20, 30 years. And if some of that could also move more into the renewable energy, I think it would be really, really helpful. Also, in terms of the government having clear policies on regulation and making it easier to invest in infrastructure and in energy, particularly renewable energy, could make it easier. As you know, the regulation that has been enveloped around solar energy has been very confusing. It has been on, off, on, off, on, off, and it has affected consumers. So having something that is clear and long-term would help the industry.
Let's end on infrastructure more broadly. 4 years ago, after the election, the Trump trade, the so-called Trump trade, was all about infrastructure spending. It wasn't just about tax cuts. It was all about infrastructure spending. Then, Afsana, it just did not happen. Why does it not happen in America? Why can't we make it happen?
You know, I think it's interesting because 2008, it did not happen either, right? There was a moment where we could have put some of the money that came into the economy into infrastructure. As you said, it didn't happen during the last 4 years. I'm actually more optimistic, Jonathan, about the next 4 years. I think this is a time where post-COVID, COVID has had a lot of physical and psychological impact on people, but this might be the time where, in fact, you have industry, you have the financial sector, and you have the government coming together to build infrastructure. And I think that some of the delays we could blame on all kinds of things, but the biggest problems about infrastructure in our country is the sort of federal versus state issues and some of the regulation that has delayed infrastructure. And that could be something that the Democrats come together with the Republicans and help resolve so that our roads and bridges do catch up with the Chinese. I mean, it is really interesting how in the last, especially post-COVID, how the Chinese have continued with their infrastructure, but also continued investing in their new financial structure. We're still in a financial structure which is the old mode, whereas they're bringing in digital currency, they're bringing in clean energy, they're bringing in new infrastructure, they're bringing in new health policies. So I think it is time, if we want to be number one, to bring all of those things together and to the forefront.
It's interesting to me how much the rest of the world is waiting for the U.S. to come out with some sort of fiscal support bill, how this affects Europe, it affects emerging markets. How much does the recovery in the developing world in particular hinge on the U.S. passing fiscal stimulus?
Well, I mean, if we have something like a $3 trillion fiscal stimulus, it will be large, it will impact other countries. But also what has happened over the last week or two in Washington with the World Bank IMF meetings, as you could see, was relatively, I would say, hugely different than what Tom Keene and I have experienced before with the IMF. We also have, in addition to the US stimulus, the IMF head and the chief economist of the IMF saying that countries should start borrowing a lot more. That is the exact opposite of the austerity plans that you had for the last 20, 30 years by the IMF. So if you put that together with our stimulus, I think it could be a very interesting period of higher growth in the economies of across the globe. Plus, interest rates may in fact not go into a negative zone, and we might be going faster into a period of inflation with the kind of debt that is getting accumulated and will continue to get accumulated. So we might have different problems on our hands very soon.
Afsana, very quickly here, you are of Iran. Is President Biden's strategy with Iran the same as President Obama's?
You know, I think that that countries are evolving. I'm not sure if his policy is the same. I think his policy is to engage, just like he said last night, with the allies, so that the approach to Iran will be an approach that brings together all allies together. It's not just one country versus another country. And if you do bring Iran back into society, into the normal society and the normal economy, I think that region could be in a much better place than it is today.
Afsana Beşlos, always fantastic to catch up with you. Thanks for your time. Of Rock Creek Group and Bloomberg Wall Street Week contributor. Tom Keene, I'm not sure what the daylight is like between former President Obama and former Vice President Joe Biden, but I think it's fair to say there's a lot of daylight between the approach of Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald Trump.
Well, I heard that last night. I thought it was really interesting. I will say I wish there was a lot more depth on actual policy on China. And again, I go back to the Bloomberg headline, John, which I just think was great. There was just all that back and forth on, you know, you've done bad things, I've done bad things, I mean, I guess I just don't know if the electorate's truly engaged in that. I'm not sure.
I think a lot of the electorate's already decided. And that's the big change, isn't it? The undecideds this time around, Tom. I said this a number of months ago. Is anyone still left to decide?
No.
Who hasn't decided?
Lisa and I have decided we need more promotion of Mr. Kudlow's interview here.
Oh, please, yes.
No,
okay.
I mean, we're not undecided.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
The Open is coming up in about 1 hour and 20 minutes' time. And on that show will be Larry Kudlow.
And Justin
Bob
Bieber.
Prince of Bridgewater. Mohammed Al-Arian. Hugh Hendry, Justin Bieber, I heard, likes the markets. He might
Harry
call in.
Styles.
He might give you a
There's
trade
whole
too.
one. Is Gigi
Harry
on?
Styles might give you a trade.
Debuting the
might
baby.
give you a trade. Anyone else you want to call in?
Gigi.
I'll do a call-in show. Gigi Hadid. We'll catch up with Gigi Hadid after the show. From London and New York. Honestly, you guys are going to get me into trouble. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishika Gupta. The chances of Congress passing a stimulus package before the election are fading fast. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin continue to bicker over the details of the almost $2 trillion proposal. Meanwhile, resistance from Senate Republicans is building, and some House Democrats are reluctant to come back to Washington to vote if the Senate won't do so. For the first time, the FDA has given formal approval to a drug for fighting the coronavirus. Gilead's antiviral therapy, remdesivir, has already been prescribed under emergency use authorization. It was given to President Trump when he was diagnosed with the virus. L'Oreal reported a surprise increase in sales. The French company was helped by pent-up consumer demand for skin creams and cosmetics after months of lockdowns. We spoke with L'Oreal's CEO. 4 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from.
안녕하세요. 저는 피노카트 레이싱 팀의 강승영입니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 프로젝트 K팀에서 카트를 타고 있는 이창욱이라고 합니다.
솔라이트 인디고 레이싱 팀이 이제 창단 20년이 넘었는데 이제 그동안 이제 한국 모터스포츠 발전을 위해서 이제는
women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
What is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get it.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd.
This HEROES Act has been sitting there, and look at what's happening.
That was a flavour of the debate last night between Vice President Joe Biden and the President Donald Trump in Nashville, Tennessee. Also a flavour of the negotiations over the last 3 months and the inability to pass a fiscal stimulus bill down in Washington, D.C. You might have been told we're close. We're getting closer. You've been told that many times. Here's the price action this Friday morning. Equity futures shaping up as follows. Just a little bit of a lift on the S&P 500. Yeah. There we are, up about 1/3 of 1%. Yields inching just a little bit higher. 86 basis points, Tom, on a 10-year. And more broadly through G10, weaker dollar. Euro dollar 118.50, up 1/3 of 1% there.
Yeah, euro dollar 118.50. That gets my note as well. This is the fact. Stanford gets the cred. They're out by Silicon Valley. Everybody talks about computer education at Stanford, at Berkeley, and the rest. Where Harvard has the definitive and original program. Vito Sperduto came out of the Harvard computer shop. He's at RBC Capital Markets, co-head of global M&A. Vito, I got to rip up the script here and go to the Google follies. The size, the mass that so many predicted for technology. I'll give a hat tip to Michael Mauboussin on that as well. Has tech in America gotten too big?
I don't think so. I think there's obviously the larger players, like in any space, are getting the headlines, but there's such a vibrant community below that in terms of the players that are developing new technologies. What's interesting, though, is if you look at some of the technologies that have just come to the forefront during this pandemic and how quickly those valuations have jumped. So it's becoming, as an overall sector, it's still a important driver.
Can you help us? And I know you go back to Fortran cards and the little punches and the chads in the card and all that. But Vito, can you help me with what we've heard from Eric Schmidt and others, that if there is fair choice, it's not monopoly? Do you buy that?
I think that the statistics, certainly when you look at the size of the search market as an example, and you look at what Google represents, they've obviously got the better mousetrap. And I think they've driven a larger amount of volume through their search engine. And certainly it's built as an algorithm that the more that goes through it, the better it is. And so we've all become commonly used to it. You need to open it up and make sure that it's an even playing field in terms of competition. But it's an easy target, I would say, right now, especially for both sides of the aisle in a time like this, as we're heading, we're 11 days from an election. It's an easy headline to make.
What's interesting is that the more attention goes on big tech, the less attention goes on big banks. And there's this idea that actually consolidation will be welcome among the financial sector. The rumor right now is that Wells Fargo is looking to sell its asset management arm, that perhaps some rumored buyers could be a Bank of America-like suitor. This follows the Morgan Stanley purchase of Eaton Vance. Is this an opportune time for banks to consolidate, to get bigger, with the attention all on tech?
Well, I would say that we've looked very closely at what sectors we expect to be players in the M&A market as we're coming out of the pandemic. If you go back to the financial crisis, we saw a lot of the financial institutions who were probably a bit more distressed combine at that point. We're seeing Morgan Stanley obviously build up their wealth management business, as you mentioned, with the Eaton Vance transaction, and certainly others that maybe are struggling a little more, trying to shape their portfolios. But I think the banks are in a much stronger position today than they were 12 years ago. And as a result, they're positioned to do some transactions. But I actually expect a lot of the volume from an M&A perspective to be more in, say, the tech and healthcare spaces. And then we've just seen this massive resurgence in energy, which we've been expecting for some time with a number of deals announced this past week.
Well, to Tom's point, though, on tech, and you're saying that there's going to be a lot of activity here, there is this growing concern about how big the biggest companies are getting. Are you preparing for or hearing about regulatory pressure going forward? Are people trying to get deals in now before a blue wave, or is that just basically all lip service and people are expecting things not to change too much?
I think what we've seen amongst our clients is that they're very comfortable with the forward outlook. They have plans regardless of which party obtains power. Certainly, there's been the threat of greater regulatory scrutiny, but the better companies are prepared for that. They know what their plans are going to be in the event that they get criticized with regard to their size. And at the same time, as they consider transactions, they know full well what the repercussions are going to be from the regulators and just from the market in general. So I do expect to see transactions amongst some of the larger players, but I really look at that as they're going to be acquiring some specific assets. Maybe they'll take the opportunity to divest some businesses where they can get greater value separated, but I think other sectors are going to probably be bigger players in sort of larger consolidations as well.
What's the urgency right now, Vito, on making ratios? I mean, I guess the capital ratios have been solved as a general rule, but you look at the book value disparities right now. Is there a strategic pressure into 2021 to say, let's go, we got to improve?
I think, look, the strategic pressure right now hasn't really changed. I think the better operators are still playing by the same playbook. They're trying to make sure that they're staying within the so-called ratios where they're comfortable. And if you look at whether it's the banks who are still playing by the same playbook, or if you look at, for example, a number of clients that we're involved with are trying to make sure that they're positioned to operate in a longer period of volatility as we look forward. And so they're very concerned about what amount of leverage do I have on my balance sheet going forward? Does it allow me to consider opportunities that come up? And does it allow me to execute against my strategic plans? One of the things this pandemic has done is that it's accelerated the progression of a number of trends. And so maybe you were looking at a specific acquisition before, you've got to move a bit quicker right now. Maybe you were going to develop a capacity internally. Now, maybe you need to acquire it because it helps you move quicker and survive in the longer term.
And it probably costs a little bit more too. Vito, great to catch up with you, sir. Thank you. Vito Spaduto of RBC Capital Markets. Tom, isn't that the story? The great acceleration, I think McKinsey called this. And it holds true. It rings true for a lot of people.
Davos, it's been so true. There used to be a 5-year plan, John, and then it was the 3-year plan. And I think with the pandemic, it's like, where are we in March? I mean,
do you remember anything from Davos this year? Seriously, do you remember anything from Davos this year?
The piano bar move.
I can't think of a more irrelevant Davos at the World Economic Forum. Just as COVID-19 was starting to take hold of those big Chinese cities.
That's a fair statement. It was clumsy.
On another planet that was playing out.
No, seriously, it was clumsy, and I think, John, you and I made the best of it, including an interview with Bob Prince that we had in January. Folks, you can redux that today. Robert Prince of Bridgewater on the open in the 9 o'clock hour.
After Harry Styles.
Is that another tease? Is that another tease? That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's anchoring that show?
Harry Styles at
9 a.m.
9:36.
Eastern time.
I don't know, some guy.
It's such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
This has so entangled itself into our social fabric and into our social status pipelines and into the development of children that even if you opt out, that's not enough.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Those at the bottom are having a very hard time.
We are having this income cliff
at a time when actually the consumer is supposed to go out and spend.
The market is not as well prepared as it normally is for these kind of downside events.
This is a market that's thinking at some point stimulus is going to happen.
The Fed has a lot of upside to accelerate, but I think they're going to maintain this pace.
We need support for the economy, both for monetary and fiscal policy.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television Worldwide. Good morning, 99.1 FM in Washington. 11 days to go on the election. What are we trying to do? Well, we're trying to get through Friday, where this is a serious time, a serious debate last night. This pandemic has worsened worldwide, challenges of a $3 trillion deficit, and the rest of it. And, John, the civility of last night was noted.
It was civil, it was muted, but Tom, stark differences on the outlook, particularly over COVID-19. The president promising a vaccine perhaps within weeks, and former Vice President Joe Biden talking up the failures of this administration and talking down the winter that's ahead of us.
Well, the winter that's ahead of us, and, you know, Lisa, we make jokes about it, but I thought the ending was pretty elegiac. Mr. Trump looking for success as being a measurement of how America moves forward. The vice president talking about winning hope over fear as well. And that really, Lisa, goes to one of the themes this week we haven't talked about, which is the partition of economic America.
Yeah, the idea that the jobless rate, yes, perhaps it's going down, but it's staying stagnant at one rate. And I will say one thing we didn't emphasize enough yesterday when we got those initial jobless claims, the number of permanently unemployed Americans, and frankly, those around the world, is increasing. And this idea that it's going to take a long time to remedy some of the scarring that's taking place right now.
Really important here on Bloomberg Television and radio. We've got 2 good hours coming up. The Open will be with us in the 9 o'clock hour. And, of course, Mr. Farrow getting an update from the White House and Mr. Kudlow. Right now, the festivities of last night. Here is Trump. Here is Biden.
You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you.
You know who I am. You know who he is. You know his character. You know my character. You know our reputations for honor and telling the truth.
Excuse me.
Please respond,
If
and then we're going to have follow-up
this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
Right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
There are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage.
And really quite interesting there last night. I'm going to go again back to Mario Parker and our team. Trump, Biden spar over graft, COVID, racism, but they keep the gloves on, and maybe that is a good summary as well. John, the backdrop to this is the uncertainty forward. Which uncertainty are you focused on?
The bond market. In the markets, Tom, if that's what you're speaking to, I just think the bond market is where it's at all through the week. The 10-year yield up through 80 basis points. The curve 2s, 10s out to 70, a level that we got close to in early June. And the highs of early June on a nominal 10-year yield was about 95 basis points. How self-limiting will that move be, given that this economy has just added stacks more debt to companies, not just in the United States, but around the world over the last 6 months?
Lisa, where's your uncertainty? You read the Fed Bulletin at the Monkey Bar a few days ago. You're going to read the Beige Book this weekend. Lisa, what uncertainty are you focused on?
Well, I think that John really nailed it. The other uncertainty here is how much weakness the dollar can have. This has been the other driver this week, with it touching the weakest levels. If you look at BBDXY, the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index, is actually the weakest in some ways since 2018. This also a major driver of yields rising.
Her job is uncertainty. Kathy Jones at Schwab Center for Financial Research joins us as well. Kathy, where is your uncertainty? Is it the same uncertainty that Liz Ann Saunders has?
Yeah, I think that we're focused very much on, the major issues here, such as the virus. When does it get under control? When can we finally start to get people back to work and get fully, up and running in terms of an economy? And it looks to us like it's going to be, quite a while still, even if we were to get a vaccine by the end of the year. And then we have to look at the Fed reaction function to an economy that continues to recover, but with a very high jobless rate.
Kathy, let's discuss that bond market. Does the 10-year yield have any business north of 1% anytime soon?
Yeah, we think 1% is probably the upper limit where it can go from here. I think at that point, the Fed might get somewhat concerned, and we might see some yield curve control or maybe a twist to put a cap on it, because as you mentioned earlier, we have just huge levels of debt, and we don't want to get into a debt trap. We can't grow because the debt levels are so high, particularly if the cost of financing that debt gets too high. So I think if you get much above 1% without a lot of really good economic news, you're probably start to see the credit spreads widen, financial conditions deteriorate, and that's when the Fed would probably step in.
Kathy Jones, 1%, the upper limit of a 10-year yield on a 10-year Treasury. What does that mean for your investments elsewhere?
Well, we think it means that as opposed to this year when, we have huge returns because of price gain or rates dropping, as we go into next year, now you have to have some spread exposure, some credit exposure, because your gains in fixed income are going to come from the coupon, from the carry, rather than from price appreciation. So we've been suggesting, being down in duration, but taking some credit risk, taking it cautiously and carefully, but spreading out that risk pretty broadly so that you can have enough carry in order to have positive returns.
So yesterday at 4:30 p.m., I was looking at the Fed's balance sheet Eastern time, and it reached a new record high. And if you dig into the report, it includes ongoing purchases of corporate debt, albeit at a much slower pace. How much will the Fed continue to backstop the corporate credit market?
Well, I think they're in there for a good long time. I don't think they set this up as they set it up as a bridge to the other side of the crisis, and the crisis is proving to be much longer in duration than probably anticipated at the time. But I don't see them backing off until the economy is fully up and running. So I think the backstop will be there. They certainly have plenty of left. They haven't used, nearly more than just a fraction of the facilities that they've set up.
I look, Kathy, at where we are. To John's point, it's about the bond market. Let me go back to a question from January of last year. Do you clip a coupon, or can you actually invest for total return in bonds?
I think you have to invest for total return. Coupon income is good, but you're not going to get a tremendous amount of that unless you go out on the edges of risk into high yield or emerging markets, which we don't mind having some exposure to those. We actually think emerging markets have some upside from here. But I do think you have to invest for total return. You really don't have a lot of options at these yield levels.
How much do foreign investors provide a backstop to U.S. assets at this point, given the fact that the dollar has weakened so much and will likely continue to do so if the prognosticators are correct?
Yeah, I think we haven't seen a let up in foreign investment at all. It ebbs and flows a little bit from month to month when we get the numbers, or week to week when we get the numbers. But I think foreign investors are still in. Yeah, nominal yields are down, but they're still higher than, say, Europe or Japan. Real yields are pretty much comparable to where they are in Europe. But I still think foreign investors, particularly as the dollar gets cheaper, will look at that as an opportunity to come into the U.S. market. We're just not seeing a big let up there.
Kathy, you know what time it is. It's time to turn around and do what you promised to do last time around, which is just a tune on that beautiful piano. Tom said he was going to bring in a guitar. I don't know if he did. Come on. We just want a little bit of a tune.
Okay. I promised I'd do this, but be kind. I'm not a professional musician, okay?
We'll be very kind. We'll be very kind.
There we go.
So you can hear the piano.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know any One Direction?
Oh, God, Tom. Ignore him.
I've got to unplug these in order to
Okay, carry on. For everyone listening on radio right now.
This is on radio.
Kathy Jones with a
They're about to get a right treat, Lisa.
In a very bright room, I should say. This should have some beautiful resonance. We'll see if we pick it up here.
Yeah, Tom is a connoisseur of resonances of pianos, going back to
Miss Jones
Charles Schwab should put this in their
Cleveland
promotional
Symphony.
material.
All right.
Everyone be quiet. Let's listen in.
economy.
Very cool. Elements of Debussy.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Kathy Jones.
I would suggest Kathy Jones taking us out here. I would suggest, it says San Francisco Symphony with the support of Mr. Schwab here at some point.
You saw me mess up on the piano.
No, it's beautiful. No, very nice. Real nice, scale resonances there. I can't do that.
It's a nice piano.
Kathy, thank you. Charles Schwab are going to be so proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
Yeah, Liz Ann Saunders can't do that. Kathy, thank you.
Kathy, thank you. Charles Schwab Centre for Financial Research, Kathy Jones. We spent a couple of moments ago really throwing the trash at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Tom, do you remember our little office in Davos, Switzerland? The reason why Lisa Abramovich just refused to come?
Yeah.
Because the room was so small.
You guys created a pandemic in that room.
This goes to show how dated Davos, Switzerland is now. There is no way that anybody would put two individuals from the same company in a room that small ever again, Tom.
Well,
ever again.
Especially these two individuals.
In that little space that you see, and our team folks creates this out of a concrete block, literally in 3 weeks' time with the TV set on the roof. John, the interviews I've done in there, I'll give you just one. One day, Argentina blew up, and this is the luck of surveillance. We had Daniel Yergin and Ricardo Hausman back-to-back just because they were scheduled. That's a magic
Have
little
you forgotten
room,
already?
John.
Have you forgotten, Tom, that I was next to you when that happened?
I have forgot that. I thought Lisa was with me.
I'm looking at bonds.
I was next to you. Tom Keane, Lisa Abramovich, I'm Jonathan Ferro, and Kathy Jones is Kathy Jones. What a performance from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. The chances of Congress passing a stimulus package before the election are fading fast. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin continue to bicker over the details of the almost $2 trillion proposal. Meanwhile, resistance from Senate Republicans is building, and some House Democrats are reluctant to come back to Washington to vote if the Senate won't do so. In Europe, governments have started to impose curfews more widely to stop a resurgence of the coronavirus. Daily virus cases are hitting records across the continent. France reported more than 40,000 new cases for the first time. And the UK has signed its first major trade deal since Brexit. The agreement with Japan largely preserves the terms under which the UK traded with Tokyo as part of the European Union. Meanwhile, there are signs of progress in trade talks between the UK and the EU. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here? It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Valuations, particularly sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher.
Entah kenapa, baik kamu tertidur kapanpun lagu reggae diputar di YouTube Music. Ajaib? Mungkin. Tapi yang penting, kamu lega asalkan bisa membuat bayi tertidur. Sekarang, kamu cuma perlu berharap ia tidak bangun selama itu.
If we had been talking in January, I think the president would be ahead, and I think he would probably take this thing. Most incumbents do in good economic times, and they were good at that point. But the pandemic has really changed everything in the United States and around the world, and I think that's where Joe Biden finds himself ahead. But I do think there are challenges here for the Democrats and for Biden, and I think the president should have talked more about this last night. Many Americans are not comfortable with the idea of Democrats holding all of Washington, D.C. in a matter of months and what that will mean from a policy perspective. And so if the president and the Republicans in the closing day can make the case that the spending, the policy changes, the regulation that will go in place if Democrats hold the Congress and the White House is not something that Americans want, I think that's an argument that could sway still some undecided and voters on the fence.
Ginny, thank you. Always appreciate your insight, your contribution. A Bloomberg contributor, Ginny Zaino, thank you very much. Tom Keane, 11 days to go until we wrap up this thing. The polls are the polls, the numbers are the numbers. I read them out, you shrug your shoulders, and we go round and round in circles for the next 11 days, I guess.
We will get more polls. I don't consider it 11 straight days, John. I think there's going to be some real ebb and flow in here. And I get the idea a lot of people are voting early, and that's all new to everyone as well. I just really want to believe there'll be that exhaustive push to Tuesday, and that's how the president did it last time.
Well, it's amazing that just a month or so ago, the huge uncertainty, the huge risk factor for this market was that Wednesday morning, Tom, we'd wake up and we wouldn't have a result. Is that still the huge concern? On Wall Street, I would say that concern is out there, but nowhere near where it was a month or so ago.
No, I think it's almost evaporated, and maybe that's wrong. You know, we'll see. It'll keep us employed. It'll keep David Weston busy.
It will keep David Weston busy. It'll keep all of us busy, alongside Tom Keane and Lisa Abramowitz. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Your equity market pushing higher, up 11. We advanced 1/3 of 1%. NASDAQ futures up 1/3 of 1%. We advanced 36 points there. Up next on this programme, Lalitop Cholu of JOHCM on this credit market. This is Bloomberg.
De esta manera me gustaría decirle a los empleadores que fueran más humanitarios con sus trabajadores, que les hagan valer sus derechos.
Y estábamos viviendo en dos casas, en unas 50 personas y en la otra otras 50. En cada casa había 5 habitaciones. En cada habitación había de 3 a 4 camas abarrotadas. Vivíamos de 6 a 7 personas. Un baño para cada habitación y una cocina para todas.
Entah kenapa, baik kamu tertidur kapanpun lagu reggae diputar di YouTube Music.
Bebelak Gold Soya. Pertama di Indonesia, formula soya tinggi. YouTube Music. Download aplikasinya sekarang dan nikmati layanan gratis selama 30 hari pertama. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
YouTube Music. Download aplikasinya sekarang dan nikmati layanan gratis selama 30 hari pertama. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired with yesterday. something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. October yesterday.
YouTube Music, download aplikasinya sekarang dan nikmati layanan gratis selama 30 hari pertama. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku. YouTube Music. Download aplikasinya sekarang dan nikmati layanan gratis selama 30 hari pertama. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Fearless.
never snooze on me. I was dreaming about what food to eat. Why they sleeping, why they snoozed on me? I was seizing opportunity. Now they don't know what to do with me. I keep going hard like I'm in puberty. Rebellions in my blood, there ain't no ruling me. Coming for the top, this is a mutiny.
tercipta. Rintangan yang datang silih berganti, padih-padih mencekam menyusupi. Aku mengharap selalu doa suci darimu, duhai kasih tambatan hati.
बर नहीं आती, कोई उम्मीद बर नहीं आती, कोई सूरत नजर नहीं आती, कोई उम्मीद बर नहीं आती। आगे आती थी हाल दिल पे हंसी, आगे आती थी हाल दिल पे हंसी, अब किसी बात पर नहीं आती, अब किसी बात पर नहीं आती, अब किसी बात पर नहीं आती। जानता हूँ सवाबे तातो जोहद, जानता हूँ सवाबे तातो जोहद, पर तबीयत बेहतर नहीं आती है, कुछ ऐसी बात जो चुप हो, है कुछ ऐसी बात जो चुप हो, वरना क्या बात कर नहीं आती। के याद करते हैं मेरी आवाज करे नहीं आती दागे दिल कर नजर नहीं आता दागे दिल कर नजर नहीं आता वो भी है चारा कर नहीं आती वो भी है चारा कर नहीं आती कोई उम्मीद पर नहीं आती कोई उम्मीद पर नहीं आती कोई सूरत नजर नहीं आती कोई उम्मीद पर नहीं आती कोई उम्मीद पर नहीं आती कोई उम्मीद पर नहीं आती कोई सूरत नजर नहीं आती कोई उम्मीद पर नहीं आती कोई उम्मीद पर नहीं आती
sama piberera. तुमसे कहना है आज तुमसे रहना है तेरे दिल में तुमसे सीखा है आज हमने जीना है हमको कैसे करे हम बयां ये उलझे हैं कई रात से जलते रहे हम दास्तां ये दिल ही दिल में रखे तुमसे खुद से ही कैसी है ये बेबसी दिल में क्यों है मेरे जगी ख्वाहिशें अनकही रहते हैं खोए खोए से भीड़ में सोए सोए से तेरे अरमा तुमसे कहना है आज तुमसे रहना है तेरे दिल में तुमसे सीखा है आज हमने जीना है हमको कैसे तुमसे Koni koni ka vai, koni
was late for the conference in my head. Took my pills and I took my nap and I went back to bed. Sleep, little darling, sleep, my love. Sleep, little darling, sleep, my love. I'm alright with it all. I'm alright with it all. Walk the lake as the earthquake shakes the west. Hard to sit and let it be. I know silence knows best. Built the cave out of anger, shame, regret. Dynamite, super bright, mag lights on rocks, ain't let me yet. Sleep, little darling, sleep, my love. We're all gonna fall back from way above. I'm alright with it all. I'm alright with it all. I'm alright with it all. I'm alright with it all.
If you listen to the earth, you will find there are two kinds of people who dwell in this time. Those who choose to be free, and those who choose to control you and me, if you can quiet your mind for a moment, breathe in the sounds of the earth, the sky, let your perspective be forgotten, allow yourself to wonder why. You will feel an intoxication of your soul if you let it all go. Let it go. I have listened to the earth, I have found two kinds of noises that resound, coming from a place known as fear. Is this the sound that you hear?
Nikiteseka unacheka, nikicheka unateseka. Nikiteseka unacheka, nikicheka unateseka. Dunia ni vile, dunia ni vile, dunia ni vile.
Nikiteseka wewe wafurahi, nikilia
Hush, my dear, it's been a difficult year, and terrorists don't prey on innocent victims. Trust me, darling, trust me, darling. It's been a loveless year. I'm a man of three fears: integrity, faith, trust me, darling, trust me, darling. So look me in the eyes, tell me what you see. Perfect paradise, tearing at the seams. I wish I could escape. I don't wanna fake. Wish I could erase. Make your heart believe, but I'm a bad liar. Bad liar. Now you know. Now you know. I'm a bad liar. Bad liar. Now you know. You're free to go. All my dreams never mean one thing. Is happiness lie in a diamond ring? Oh, I've been asking. Oh, I've been asking for problems, problems, problems. I wage my war on the wounds inside. I take my gun to the enemy's side. Oh, I've been asking. Oh, I've been asking for problems, problems, problems. So look me in the eye, tell me what you see. Perfect paradise, tearing at the seams. I wish I could escape. I don't wanna fake. Wish I could erase. Make your heart believe, but I'm a bad liar. Bad liar. Now you know. Now you know. I'm a bad liar. Bad liar. Now you know. You're free to go. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't be what you want me to be. Believe me this one time. Believe me. I'm a bad liar. Bad liar. Now you know. Now you know. I'm a bad liar. Bad liar. Now you know. You're free to go. I'm going on during this time. I feel there's no one to save me. This all and nothing really got away, you're driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under in this time. I feel there's no one to turn to. This all and nothing way of loving, go be sleeping without you. Now I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you helped me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved, and I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I'll be safe in your soul till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, but now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved.
Incoming mail.
Wish me the best of
fruit. Yeah. I'm gonna make it worth your while. I'm gonna make it worth your time. Gonna make it worth your while. When she's with me, we're like superstars. Windows roll down, radio on. I think we could go far. We don't need money. We can skip that part. All I want is her to be with me. She's got a ticket to my heart. I got the sun in my eyes. It can't get better than when she makes that smile. Yeah, she's got that style that makes you think she's made out of gold. She's turning up the volume on the radio. Yeah. I'm gonna make it worth your while. I'm gonna make it worth your time. I'm gonna make it worth your while. When she's with me, we're like superstars. Windows roll down, radio on. I think we could go far. We don't need money. We can skip that part. All I want is her to be with me. She's got a ticket to my heart. Ticket to my heart. Uno, dos, tres,
dreaming so much lately about your face when you're smiling. It's the only thing that saves me. Hey, I don't know if I told you that I think you're beautiful, and how I can't wait to hold you. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down, and I don't know what I would do without you. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down. Hey, now look into my eyes. You can use them as a mirror, baby. You're my ticket to paradise. Hey, now everything's alright. We've been longing for each other, and it feels like I'm on cloud nine. I don't wanna be without you. This is something that I know for sure. It's just something about you. I just want more. Tell me what you wanna do right now. Tell me what you wanna do tonight. I really don't care as long as I'm with you. Hey, now look into my eyes. You can use them as a mirror, baby. You're my ticket to paradise. Hey, now everything's alright. We've been longing for each other, and it feels like I'm on cloud nine. use them as a mirror. You're my ticket to paradise. Hey, now look into my eyes. You can use them as a mirror, baby. You're my ticket to paradise. Hey, now everything's alright. We've been longing for each other, and it feels like I'm on cloud nine. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down, and I don't know how I would do without you. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down, and I don't know how I would do without you. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down. Yeah, it feels like I'm on cloud nine.
I watch you as you drive. Do you know I'm looking? And I can't help but smile. Do you know how much I love you? You put my favorite song on. I put my feet up, and we just sing along. And I can't help but feeling, just loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? I'm loving this moment. Can we stay here together? If I could stop the time, don't you know that I would? 'Cause I'm just loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? Forever. 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 I watch you as you sleep. You don't know I'm looking. With you everything's complete. Do you know how much I love you? I put your favorite song on just to wake you up. When I dance around, I can't help but feeling, just loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? I'm loving this moment. Can we stay here together? If I could stop the time, don't you know that I would? 'Cause I'm just loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? Forever. 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 I'm loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? I'm loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? I'm loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? I'm loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? I'm just loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? I'm loving this moment. Can we stay here together? If I could stop the time, don't you know that I would? 'Cause I'm just loving this moment. Can we stay here forever? Forever. 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 I watch you as you drive. Do you know I'm looking?
How can I compare thee when no one ever could come close? Look around, but I can't see. That is usually just how it goes. Brought a new horizon, opened up our doors to something more. Spun me round and you shook me, got me
tainted to the core. So tell me what to do. When nothing, no one ever comes close to you. For the longest time I've been trying to find someone like you, but I keep crashing back into all the things that you would do. For the longest time I've been out of my mind, trying to lose every single trace of you. But I know it's true that nothing, nothing, I said nothing comes close to you. No, nothing, nothing, I said nothing comes close to you. In a million days and in a million ways, I know this to be true, that nothing, nothing, I said nothing comes close to you. When I close my eyes now, like I got your smile going on repeat. You're the star of my movie, but now it's done, still stuck in my seat. Ain't getting off easy, like I'm doing time yet without parole. Got me flirting with disaster, but I'm all in, gotta go for gold. So tell me what to do. When nothing, no one ever comes close to you, For the longest time I've been trying to find someone like you, but I keep crashing back into all the things that you would do. For the longest time I've been out of my mind, trying to lose every single trace of you. But I know it's true that nothing, nothing, I said nothing comes close to you. No, nothing, nothing, I said nothing comes close to you. In a million days and in a million ways, I know this to be true, that nothing, nothing, I said nothing comes close to you.
I wanna be a weekend lover. Yeah, I'ma be the best damn lover you got. I wanna mess up your covers. I don't wanna meet your mother. Never ever ask me how I've been. Remember why you have my number. I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you. Here's your time to shine. Now show me what you can do. The way my hands feel on your body, the way we're dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling. The way my lips feel on your body, the way we're moving in the dark. With every breath we take, you're falling. I ain't got no time for romance, but baby I don't want to lead you on. Not looking for something steady, not ready for that. I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you. Here's your time to shine. Now show me what you can do. Make a move. The way my hands feel on your body, the way we're dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling. The way my lips feel on your body, the way we're moving in the dark. With every breath we take, you're falling. Every breath that we're taking, with every step you're falling in love. With every move that I'm making, every breath that we're taking, with every step you're falling in love. With every move that I'm making, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you. Here's your time to shine. Now show me what you can do. Make a move. The way my hands feel on your body, the way we're dancing in the dark. With every move I make, you're falling. The way my lips feel on your body, the way we're moving in the dark. With every breath we take, you're falling. Every breath that we're taking, with every step you're falling in love.
It's like a love song, baby, it's haunting me. Don't know what you're thinking, it's like I'm sinking deep underwater. Maybe it's harder, harder, harder for me. Oh, harder for me. Maybe we're over it, or maybe just lovers, cause under the covers, baby, you're showing me how to be fearless so no one can hear us. You're throwing the pillars to the floor. Now put your loving, loving, loving on me. Eh, loving on me. Maybe you won't see me get emotional, and sometimes I pretend I'm just above it all. But I want you lying next to me. Yeah, I want your body, body, body too. Yeah, body too. And baby, please don't think I run away from you. It's just sometimes I get scared to dive into it. I want you lying next to me. Yeah, I want your body, body, your body too. Yeah, body too. Will you be my ride or die? Around all these people, we'll try to be someone better than you and I. Posing for pictures, but nobody listens to anything that you have to say. Can we just leave and walk away? Walk away, walk away. Maybe you won't see me get emotional, and sometimes I pretend I'm just above it all. But I want you lying next to me. Yeah, I want your body, body, body too. Yeah, body too. And baby, please don't think I run away from you. It's just sometimes I get scared to dive into it. I want you lying next to me. Yeah, I want your body, body, your body too. Yeah, body too.
Baru, Milo dengan rasa coklatnya yang lebih terasa. Dengan malt, susu, coklat, dalam kemasan yang siap go. Milo, energi dengan rasa yang lebih coklat.
Yesterday, today, tomorrow fade away like frozen photographs. Remember, forget the stakes, the ways you take, the ways you make the moments pass. Forever regret, I tell a beautiful lie, and I would die if you find out. I tell a beautiful lie every time that I did not open up my mouth. All the same, it's a game, it's a play, it's a war, it's a shame that we're always fighting for. I don't mean to cast no blame, I don't intend to pretend that I could never loved you more. But in the blink of an eye, everything you ever knew can change. And it's a beautiful lie if you think everything will always stay the same. You tell a beautiful lie, and it's going to drive you crazy.
YouTube Music, download aplikasinya sekarang dan nikmati layanan gratis selama 30 hari pertama. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
This is my power to express myself.
Why not?
Earth is our island. 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 Earth is our island.
edit katına.
edit katına.
It's also my power to be a winner and play my best.
I dream of rain, yeah, I dream of gardens and the deserts, and I wake in pain, yeah, I dream of love as time runs through my hands. Sweet desert rose, yeah, each hour veils a secret promise. This desert flower, no sweet perfume ever tortured me more than this. Sweet desert rose, this memory of Eden haunts us all. This desert flower, this rare perfume is a sweet intoxication of the fall.
Hyaluronic acid. New L'Oreal Paris Hyaluronic Acid Serum with the highest.
YouTube Music, download aplikasinya sekarang dan nikmati layanan gratis selama 30 hari pertama. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
I take tea, my dear. I like my toast done on one side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. You see me walking down Fifth Avenue, a walking cane here at my side. Take it everywhere I
make an animation.
Well, then make one.
Can't draw good.
From a distance, the world looks blue and green, and the snow-capped mountains white. From a distance, the ocean meets the stream, and the eagle takes to flight. From a distance, there is harmony, and it echoes through the land. It's the voice of hope, it's the voice of peace, it's the voice of every man. From a distance, we all have enough, and no one is in need. And there are no guns, no bombs, and no disease, no hungry mouths to feed. From a distance, we from a distance. I just cannot comprehend what all this fighting is for. From a distance, there is harmony, and it echoes through the land. And it's the hope of hopes, it's the love of loves, it's the heart of every man. It's the hope of hopes, it's the love of loves. This is the song of every man. And God is watching us. God is watching us. God is watching us.
I wanna call the stars down from the sky. I wanna live a day that never dies. I wanna change the world only for you. All the impossible I wanna do. I wanna hold you close under the rain. I wanna kiss your smile and feel the pain. I know what's beautiful looking at you. In a world of lies, you are the truth. And baby, every time you touch me, I become a hero. I'll make you safe no matter where you are, and bring you everything you ask for. Nothing is above me. I'm shining like a candle in the dark when you tell me that you love me. I wanna make you see just what I was, show you the loneliness and what it does. You walked into my life to stop my tears. Everything's easy now, I have you here. And baby, every time you touch me, I become a hero. I'll make you safe no matter where you are, and bring you everything you ask for. Nothing is above me. I'm shining like a candle in the dark when you tell me that you love me. In a world without you, I will always hunger. All I need is your love to make me stronger. Every time you touch me, I become a hero. I'll make you safe no matter where you are, and bring you everything you ask for. Nothing is above me. I'm shining like a candle in the dark when you tell me that you love me. You love me. When you tell me that you love me.
Is it getting better? Or do you feel the same? Will it make it easier on you now? You got someone to blame. You say one love, one life, it's one need, and I. One one love, one life.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains should crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, 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 I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. And darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the mountains should crumble to the sea, when the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, darling, stand by me. Stand by me. Wherever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, darling, long as I know I got you right here by my side. Come on, just stand right here. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand?
comes a time when we hit a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying.
Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day
that someone somehow will soon make a change.
We are all a part of God's great big family, and it's true, you know, love is all we need. We are the ones, we are the children, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making, we're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me. Well, send them your heart, oh, so they know that someone cares.
so their cries for help will not be in vain.
We can't let them suffer. No, we cannot turn away.
Right now, they need a helping hand. No someone lie. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving.
Oh, there's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives.
It's true, we make a better day, just you and me.
When you're down and out and there seems no hope at all,
But if you just believe, there's no way we can fall.
well, let us realize, oh, that change can only come when we stand together as one. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving.
Gotta start giving.
There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives.
That is true.
We make a better day. Just you and me. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children.
The children.
We are the ones who make a better day. So let's start giving.
There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me. We are the world.
Let's start giving.
There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me.
Come on now, let me hear you.
We are
Pasar saham dapat diandalkan, memiliki risiko yang relatif dan kebebasan memutuskan jual beli.
It's hard to just keep going. It's like I feel empty inside without you being here.
Everybody, come on, get up out your seats, wave your hands side to side. Put the peace sign in the air for my man B.I.G. Check this out.
Seems like yesterday we used to rock the show. I laced the track, you locked the flow. So far from hanging on the block for dough. Notorious, they got to know that life ain't always what it seems to be. To conceal, can't imagine all the pain I feel. Give anything to hear half your breath. I know you're still living your life after death.
When you win
It's late in the evening. She's wondering what clothes to wear. She'll put on her makeup and brushes her long blonde hair. And then she'll ask me, do I look alright? And I'll say yes.